네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes we will be starting the Reboot Korea 2022, hosted by the Economics and Social Science and Humanities Research Institute and KDI School of Public Policies and Administration to present the core values of the ROK government along with its key agenda. We will remind you that you must always wear a mask while the program is in progress here on site. Also be reminded that we provide simultaneous service, Korean on channel 1, English on channel 2, and Japanese on channel 3.
Channel 1 is Korean, channel 2 is English, and channel
3 is Japanese. 네, 본 행사는 잠시 후 9시 35분부터 시작될 예정입니다.
We will begin the program at 9:35 here Korean time. We kindly ask that everybody come into the hall, into the venue and take your seats.
네, 아울러 원활한 행사의 진행을 위해 소지하고 계신 휴대전화의 전원을 꺼두시거나 매너 모드로 전환.
So once again, for those of you who are joining us on site, please turn your cellular phones off or turn them onto vibration mode throughout the event. Also be reminded that on-site participants must always wear a mask. Simultaneous interpretation will be provided, Korean channel 1, English channel 2, and Japanese channel 3.
Reboot Korea 2022. Channel 1 is Korean, Channel 2 is English, and Channel 3 is Japanese. 네, 잠시 후 경제인문사회연구회가 주최하고 KDI
Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon begin Reboot Korea 2022, hosted by the National Research Council of the Economics, Social Science and Humanities, as well as the KDI School of Public Policy and Management.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 리부트
Yes, hello everyone. I am Kim Hae-won, announcer, who will be the MC for today's program, Reboot Korea 2022. Today's international conference is hosted by NRC for Economics and Social Science and Humanities, as well as organized by the KDI School of Public Policy and Management. We are here to present the core values of the ROK government along with its key agenda, overall policy directions, and make suggestions for our future strategies, share national mid to long-term development policy and visions. Today's program will be presented both online and offline. For those of you who are not able to join us on a site, the entire conference will be live streamed via the homepage of the NRC. So please join us online as well. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank everyone for joining us both offline and online. Now I would like to introduce the guests of honor for today's conference. First, we have Chung Hae-gu, Chairperson of the National Research Council for Economics, Social Science and Humanities, who is also the host of today's conference. And we also have Dr. Yoo Jong-il, the President of the School, Dean of School of Public Policy and Management at KDI, who is the organizer as well. As our keynote speaker, we have Dean Denny Kwa, who is also the Lee Ka-sing Professor of Economics at the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policies at National University of Singapore. We have President Cho Dong-chul of the Korea Development Institute. We have President Moon Mi-ok of Korea Science and Technology Policy Institute. President Kwon Ho-yeol from the Korea Information and Society Development Institute. President Im Chun-taek from the Korea Energy and Economics Institute. President Oh Jae-hak from the Korea Transport Institution. We have Kim Hong-sam from the Korea Rural and Agricultural Research Institute. President Moon Yu-kyung from the Korea Women's Development Institute. President Kim Jae-jin from the Korea Institute of Public Administration. President Ha Tae-hoon from the Korea Institute of Criminology and Justice. President Lee Young-bum from the Architecture and Urban Research Institute. President Park Sang-hee from the Korea Institute of Child Care and Education. President Kim Seung-taek, the acting president from the Korea Labor Institute. And President Secretary General Hong Il-pyo from the NRC for Economic, Social Science, and Humanities. I ask for your kind understanding for not being able to introduce all the others who are joining us here offline today. We would first like to invite Chairperson Jung Hae-gu from the NRC for Economics, Social Science, and Humanities to deliver his opening remarks. Yes, hello everyone. I am Jung Hae-gu from the National Research Council for Economic, Social Science, and Humanities. I'm delighted to be hosting the international conference under the theme Reboot Korea 2022. Today's conference is a joint conference jointly held by all the National Research Institutes of Korea. I'd like to thank President Dean Yoo Jong-il for the KDI School of Public Policy and Management, as well as all the presidents for the relevant National Research Institutes who have prepared and also joined us on-site. Kim Jin-pyo, the Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea, and the Secretary General Matthias Coleman of OECD will be delivering their welcoming remarks. I'd like to thank them for their participation. We have Professor and Dean Danny Kwa from the School of Public Policies at National University of Singapore, and the newly appointed President Jo Dong-cheol of KDI as keynote speakers. So thank you again. Today's theme, Reboot Korea, literally means reboot Korea once again. And it means that it admits that we are indeed faced with many challenges, and we are striving to reboot Korea to bring back its dynamic vitality. In order to solidify Korea's status as an advanced nation. We are not alone, but COVID-19 has significantly impacted all of our aspects in our lives. The situation between the United States and China, the Russia-Ukraine war, and the aftermath of COVID-19, Korea is faced with many challenges. We are faced with inflation, high interest rates, energy prices, and growing trade deficits, all being related to the economic slowdown. In this respect, we have stated 5 major areas: economic security, national science, regulatory innovation, balanced development, and social cohesion as the key themes for the international program. And we've invited the relevant national research institutes to prepare for each session. We also invited overseas experts to bring their insights into solving our issues. The deglobalization has led to the importance of these social science technology becoming ever more important in the field of national security and strategy. This has highlighted the importance of economic security and strategic technologies connection. We must also take the time to review our regulatory systems so that we can better be prepared for this great transitional period. Social cohesion and public safety is also a very important issue that we must definitely deal with. I believe at today's international conference, we will be discussing these topics in great depth. All of the suggestions and discussions made today will become valuable foundations as we seek to achieve yet another leap forward. So I'd like to end by once again thanking all the speakers and discussants who will be joining us both offline and online for the Reboot Korea 2022. Thank you very much.
감사드립니다.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Jung Hae-gu. Now we would like to invite Dean Yoo Jong-il from the KDI School of Public Policy and Management for his welcoming remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. This is Yoo Jong-il, President or Dean of the KDI School of Public Policy and Management. This is an international conference, and the official language at our school is also English, so I would like to express my greetings and remarks in English.
To welcome you to the Reboot Korea 2022 conference that KDI School has organized, and NRC, that is National Research Council for Economics, Humanities, and Social Sciences, is hosting. First of all, I'd like to express my appreciation to NRC and all of the affiliated national research institutes. There are 26 of them, including us, and scholars and experts in various fields, and everyone else who have been involved in preparing today's conference. Let me also thank all the distinguished guests who took the time to be here with us today, and extend a warm welcome to all the researchers and other participants who are joining us both offline here and online from Korea and abroad. My very special thanks go to Danny Kwa and Nancy Stout. Where are you? Okay. My fellow deans of public policy schools who came to Sejong all the way from Singapore and the US to join the 25th anniversary celebration of KDI School of Public Policy and Management. And again today here in Seoul to deliver a keynote speech and a thematic presentation. Thank you so much. This conference has gathered 26 national research institutes under the umbrella of NRC and scholars from overseas and within Korea to discuss how to respond to the pressing issues facing the Republic of Korea today. As the first of its kind since the inauguration of the new government, this conference is a timely venue, I think, to support the government to fine-tune its policy agenda and priorities. The world today is facing a confluence of unprecedented challenges. As geopolitical tensions mount, there is a growing risk of an unthinkable event, a nuclear war that could very well threaten human existence. As global warming accelerates, it is turning into another existential threat to our civilization. As the aftershocks of the COVID-19 pandemic lingers on, scientists warn of even more deadly infectious diseases ahead. The global economy is heading towards stagflation, a recession combined with rising inflation for the first time in half a century. Globalization and international cooperation are waning, and protectionism and nationalism are on the rise. Against this backdrop of this challenging global environment, we are here to find ways to steer the Republic of Korea away from doldrums and pitfalls and toward rejuvenation and prosperity. In short, to reboot Korea. We hope to identify reform measures to revitalize the economy, to tackle chronic problems such as low birth rates and polarization, huge inequality, and accelerate digital transformation and decarbonization in an effective, efficient, and equitable manner. We also hope to find ways forward in navigating the increasingly tricky world of geopolitical competition and supply chain realignments. we can't possibly address all the myriad issues related to rebooting Korea. At this conference, we have structured our discussions along the 5 themes: economic security, industrial technology, regulatory innovation, social integration and public safety, and regionally balanced development. In an era of extreme uncertainty, we need to seek solutions grounded in Korea's core values and the fundamental principles of governance. On this basis, innovative policies must be developed to proactively respond to the rapidly changing environment. I'm confident this conference will generate many useful ideas in this direction, given the caliber of those involved, including the national research institutions and the eminent foreign and domestic scholars. Once again, I would like to thank everyone, and especially the staff who put in so much effort to put this together in a big hurry. I look forward to lively and engaging discussions filled with innovative ideas, informed by deep analysis and reflecting diverse perspectives. Thank you so much.
네, 원장님 감사드립니다. 네, 다음으로는 김진표 국회의장님의 축사.
Now we'd like to invite Kim Jin-pyo, the Speaker of the National Assembly, to deliver his congratulatory remarks. He has sent us a written version because he could not join us due to his duties at the National Assembly. So I will read it in his place. Hello, I'm Kim Jin-pyo, the Speaker of the National Assembly. I sincerely congratulate Reboot Korea 2022, a joint international conference among the policy research institutes in Korea. On behalf of the National Assembly, I would like to thank Chung Hae-gu, Chairperson of the Society of Economics, Social Science and Humanities, and Dean Yu Jong-il from the KDI Graduate School of Public Policy and Management for putting together this meaningful event. I would also like to express my deepest gratitude to OECD Secretary General Matthias Cormann and Daniel Kwar, the Dean of the Lee Kuan Yew Public School at the National University of Singapore, and President Cho Dong-chul of KDI, and all others who have attended today's conference. Today, the situation surrounding the Korean Peninsula is very difficult and complex. The world is facing challenges such as the climate crisis, food and energy security crisis, reorganization of global supply chains, and inflation. Domestically, inflationary pressures, rising household debt, the U.S.-China economic conflict, and North Korea's serious armed provocations are accelerating the difficulties facing the Republic of Korea, which has always been greatly affected by external economic conditions. Acute understanding and diagnosis is in need for us to lead the country to leap forward once again and develop again in the midst of unpredictable crisis and historical transitions. The NRC for Economic, Social Science and Humanities and all the other national research institutes have always played a major role in preparing the alternatives through continuous research. As a result of the efforts so far, valuable opinions presented in various fields today, that will be presented today in the field of economic security, commercial technology, regulatory innovation, balanced development, national securities today, will be reflected in the development strategies at the National Assembly. Once again, I would like to thank everyone who prepared and have attended the conference today. Thank you very much.
네, 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 의미 있는 축사 감사드립니다.
Yes, thank you very much for those meaningful remarks. Next, we will invite congratulatory remarks from Secretary General Mr. Matthias Cormann from OECD.
Thank you for inviting me to speak to you today at your conference on rebooting Korea. Very warm congratulations to the National Research Council for Economics, Humanities and Social Sciences with your 26 affiliated research institutes on your outstanding work. Here at the OECD, we very much appreciate our cooperation with your institute, the largest policy research group in Korea. With your policy research, you provide invaluable insights and support of our international work. Research to help understand the scientific dimensions of phenomena like climate change and pandemics. research to shed light on our changing societies, research to uncover new technologies to help tackle some of our shared challenges, and of course research that questions assumptions and conventional wisdom. Secondly, we are partnering on key issues for rebooting the Korean economy. On global supply chains, we have worked with the Korea Institute for Industrial Economics over the last 2 years to ensure we properly understand the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. This helped inform the ministerial conferences of our Southeast Asia regional program earlier this year in Seoul and just last month in Hanoi. On employment and business dynamics, we worked with the Korea Institute for Industrial Economics on employment and business dynamics in Korea in 2019 on the policies needed to enable new innovative businesses to grow. On digitalization, we worked with the Korean Development Institute to produce policy advice on adapting regulations to the digital era. We look forward to working with the National Research Council's Reboot Korea program on how to reduce the productivity gaps between large and small firms and on how to respond to the challenge of a rapidly aging population. Institutions like yours play a critical role in helping Korea and the world navigate the many shared challenges in front of us. I very much look forward to our future collaboration. Thank you and my very best wishes for your work ahead.
네, OECD 사무총장님.
Thank you very much, Secretary General, for your remarks. Now we would like to invite all our honored guests to join us for a photo session up on the stage. Those of you who have been named at the beginning of the conference, please come up to the podium for a commemorative photo. Thank you.
네, 대단히 감사합니다. 다들 자리로.
Thank you very much for your participation. You can get back to your seats as we prepare the podium for session 1.
네, 개회식에 이어서 기조 발제와
Now we would like to start the main conference to discuss the future development strategies and mid to long-term policy suggestions. As our first keynote speaker, we have with us Dean Denny Kwa from the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy's National University of Singapore. He'll be talking to us under the theme of the Great Power Competition, Implications for Agency and Economic Prosperity for the Rest of the World. Please welcome Dean Kwa with a big round of applause.
Chairperson, NRC, President KDI, Dean Jong-il, KDI School, presidents of the various research institutes, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, everybody logging in online. It is a great pleasure to be here to get to speak to you. It is an honor and a privilege to be here at this meeting on Reboot Korea. In Singapore, we too are embarked on a rethink of our economic strategy. We are rethinking and reimagining Singapore. All our nations are involved in this process, having come out of the coronavirus pandemic and thinking ahead to the same challenges that Chairperson and Dean Jong-il have described for us so vividly. Global inflation, the next pandemic, energy transition to deal with the global climate crisis, the increasing fragility of the global economy. These challenges that all of us face have in the past, for the last 50 years, been dealt with because we have been able to come together as a world to take on the challenges and work on these challenges in a cooperative, synchronized, coordinated manner. The theme of my talk, geopolitical rivalry, suggests that that kind of cooperation or synchronization and coordination might no longer be available, might no longer be on offer. The theme of my talk is what we should do in the face of this great power rivalry. To be very clear, I am not suggesting that we put ourselves in the mindset or imagine ourselves in the control anywhere close to being in the great powers that are at this forefront of confrontation. But I'm speaking on behalf of all of the rest of us. 80% of the world lives in neither China nor the United States. Nation states like ours, who live outside of this collection of two great powers, we need to work out how to deal with the challenges. We need to think about rebooting our economic system, reimagining our nation state. That the world is in the midst of this great power rivalry is something that is painfully clear to all of us who live in East Asia and Southeast Asia. The great rivalry has begun to shake loose unthinkable collections of weapons. Our problem, our challenge, when we think about Reboot Korea, reimagining Singapore, or everything else that the great majority of the world's population, the 80% of the world's population has to deal with, is dealing with the consequences of this, not getting into the middle of it, not trying to do more than our standing as third nations, nations outside the G2 great powers can do. It is not our place. It might be our place for some of us, but I am not standing here to suggest proposals if we were in charge. I'm standing here to suggest proposals taking this as given. Because what I mean by this, our having to deal with these geopolitical challenges, is sometimes dismissed by great thinkers. Political scientists like Kenneth Waltz used to describe international politics as the great game between great powers, and all the rest of us don't really get a look in. In the hands of many international relations scholars, the place of third nations like ours is not to enter the fray of international politics, but merely to suffer the consequences. This is an idea that's not just Kenneth Waltz and many other realists. It goes back 2,500 years to Thucydides. Everybody now knows about the Thucydides trap, the danger that the great powers will go to war, nuclear or otherwise, with each other. I'm referring to something different that Thucydides wrote. Thucydides said, "The great powers, the strong, do what they will. The rest of us suffer what we must." This, of course, echoes powerfully through pronouncements like Kenneth Waltz. I want to suggest that we don't accept Thucydides' statement. I want to suggest that what Thucydides wrote here is actually a fallacy. And for third nations like ours, rebooting Korea, reimagining Singapore means being clear about the principles that we stand for, the values that we hold, and the goals and objectives that all of our nations and economies need to pursue. It is not for us just to suffer what we must. Now, the previous system that we're now coming out of, that we are in the midst of discussing the end of because of great power rivalry, of course, was a system that for all its failings worked wonderfully for third nations like ours. It was the system that is sometimes referred to as the American century. Sometimes it's referred to as the liberal rules-based order. Sometimes it's referred to as the unipolar world order, where American global power was supreme and it set out the rules. It was supreme in every dimension, technology, military, economic, in every single way you thought of, and it set out the rules for us. And among the rules that it set out for us was a globalized world economic order. It was a set of rules where all of us, third nations or great powers, engaged with each other on a level playing field. We all obeyed the rule of law. It created an international community that was orderly. The laws of the international system applied to nations the same way that laws within each of our countries applied to individuals. It was America at the center of this international system, and America hegemonically provided the global public good. There was peace and stability in the international system. And when I say hegemonically, I don't mean imperialistically. I mean in a benevolent leader kind of a way. It did that for us. Globalization led to a world where your economy, the economy that I live and work in, the economies that I've lived and worked in all around the world, prospered through the process of international trade and a stable economic system. Globalization meant that anything made anywhere became available to everyone, everywhere. It was a wonderful vision. And small nation states like Singapore, that might not have had a hinterland of strong demand, were able to export to the rest of the world. As the Republic of Korea developed its manufacturing and technological expertise, it did not have to rely on just its own domestic marketplace to sell these products. It sold them all over the world. It sold them to the United States, to all the great powers in the West. Today, everywhere around the world, I drive a Kia. I carry a Samsung mobile phone. I watch Korean soap opera and zombie movies. K-wave has taken over popular culture. Globalization has allowed each of our nations to prosper in this way. That was the previous world. We now face the challenge of intensifying great power transformation. In the time that I have left, what I want to do is to trace through what I think to be the three principal causes of this great power rivalry. If we don't understand the cause, we cannot think about the way forwards. But there are many, many causes. I think if I go around the room, each of us would name a different set. I want to tell you what my candidates are for the three greatest causes that have led to this challenge of intensifying great power competition. Those causes are again threefold. They have to do with the stories the world tells each other. They have to do with economic supremacy. They have to do with who gets to write the rules of the game, who gets to be number one. Acknowledging those causes, I then want to turn to the last part of this time I get to have with you, which is to talk about solutions. Solutions not for the great powers, as I suggested, but solutions for us, the 80% of the world who live outside of the great powers. How do we navigate this system? And I will suggest, again, three different solutions that I will detail. First is recognizing that the world is heading into a zero-sum perspective of engagement. I will introduce what I call the world of two zeros, zero-sum and zero-one. And in that world, it is very easy to get caught in the Thucydides fallacy. I want to suggest looking around that. I want to suggest looking at the edges of that. The second navigation out of this conundrum is through strong political leadership. Strong leadership is what we will need to align all the nations in a way forwards. And third, although it's a little bit inconsistent with what I'm going to say for the next few minutes, I'm going to suggest that the only way we're going to come out of this is actually to bring everyone together again. Because the interconnectedness of the world will make it almost impossible. We will only be able to get so far in a limited way with working around the edges. So those are going to be the three things I'm going to end up with. First, to just be very clear about how this has come about. We all now live in this world where we acknowledge great power rivalry between the two great powers, the United States and China. Some of us think about it as an awakening of the United States because of the Thucydides trap. As the United States saw China's rapid emergence, the United States realized that there was the danger of falling into the Thucydides trap, and therefore it had to do something. But I want to suggest that long before we recognized the rapid rise of China, America was already reorienting, looking ahead, and redesigning its foreign policy. As long ago as 2018 and before then, America had switched from a policy of combating international terrorism, which is what it had been on ever since 9/11 for the previous 2 decades, to a policy of great power competition. That great power competition is now the focus of its foreign policy and its national defense strategy. And this has led to a range of further dimensions that have emerged in this great power competition. A first justification for why the United States went in this direction, to look at great power competition rather than international terrorism, is similar to its battle, its war on international terrorism. The way it tells the story, this is to keep the international system safe, not just for itself, but for everyone. Because China, in its interpretation, was a revisionist power that sought to break the system. This system of globalization, of nations engaging with each other as individuals according to a rule of law, this system of multilateralism that has worked for great powers and small nation states, in this telling, in this story, is threatened by China. In the language that's used here, China is a revisionist power seeking to undermine the international rules-based order. China, in this story, seeks to exercise veto authority over the economic, political, and social decisions made by other nations. China threatened the international system. And so if America was switching its defense strategy to a focus on great power competition, it was simply to keep the world safe. America was being altruistic. It was being benevolent, the way it has always been. And this story, going forwards, is then builds on itself to create an image of China as being authoritarian, Leninist, disdainful of human rights, free speech, and against democracy, against rule of law. China is set against our liberal values and basic human decencies. And if we don't contain this, it will indeed undermine the system. That's the first mean telling of a cause behind great power competition. Let me suggest a second. And this is, it is very important for America to continue to be number one. Because being number one, you get to write the rules of the game. This is not an altruistic purpose. This is a totally selfish purpose. Because by being number one, you are the one who gets to write the rules of the game. And if smaller nations don't like the rules that you've written, that's just too bad. But being number one is hugely important. And this has a long tradition going back in the early 20th century and earlier. Previously, America was an isolationist great power. But with the advent of the two world wars, America came into the world, and by the mid-20th century, America had formed a view of how the world needed to look like the United States. The world of the 20th century, if it has to have health and vigor, must be an American century. This is the origins of the phrase, the American century. It must be designed to look like the United States. And some of this telling was again benevolent. Harry Truman, in the midst of forming this international system that was the American century, reflected on how magnanimous and benevolent the United States continued to be. It had fought the two world wars, it had won the two world wars, but it had brought back those that had defeated Germany and Japan back to the community of nations. And Truman and other American leadership reflected on how America was the only nation that could have done this. It began a story of nationalist exceptionalism. America was different from all other nations. It was the only one that could have done this. And perhaps that is right. This second reason verges, therefore, on the balance between being selfish and being altruistic. Let me talk about the third reason. This is simply both America and China feel they have to win at the economics game. They have to be the ones that are economically superior. Because if they are not, huge chunks of their economy will suffer. America, a few years ago, began to tell the story of the China shock. That China's place in the global economy had led to millions of American workers having their jobs destroyed, significant chunks of the American industrial landscape being dislocated, China stealing technology. America needed to come back economically. This is a very selfish but very understandable imperative. All of us want our nations to do well. That is why in Singapore we're thinking about reimagining Singapore. That's why you're here rebooting Korea. And this is the right thing to do for each of us. The question is, when we do that, when we're so intent on winning, do we change the rules of competition? And here I have to reflect a bit because I want to say a few words about this before I talk about how we can get around these dangers. In economics, which many of us in this room have been trained with, the dean, the president, many of us here. For us, competition, winning at economics, competition is a good word. Competition is what makes us become better versions of ourselves. When we compete with someone else and we see them winning, we work at making ourselves better. In the national race, we improve our infrastructure. We train our people better. We create public goods for our people to become productive. This is how we compete with the world. This is how America competed with the world in the process of globalization. This is what it told us all of us had to do. It told Korean industry that you had to become more productive. You had to be technologically proficient. You had to get ahead in the technological race. And Korea took all that advice to heart. Singapore, the same. We have done all these things because we believed in economic competition. But now, my worry is that because of these three causes we have just gone through, the world is moving into no longer economic competition, but security competition. And in security competition, it is winner take all. It is, I win only if I make you lose. It is a zero-sum game. Once you move into zero-sum competition, I will be number one only if I force you not to be number one. Zero-sum competition emerges naturally from thinking about the world in terms of a security game rather than economic competition. And here, all these three different causes that I've just described come together. And this is why the current conjuncture is so dangerous. I feel that from looking at these causes, the world has moved into one of two zeros. A zero-sum game, zero-sum competition, where globalization is no longer viewed as everybody winning, which is what it should be, as far as the economists are concerned, but it's come to be viewed as a zero-sum game. I lose because you are winning. You are winning because you have stolen jobs from my people. You are winning because you're running current account trade surplus, and I am losing as a result of that. The world is now zero-sum in its perception by the great powers. You can see where I'm going with this. The question is, what do we do as third nations if the world is zero-sum in this way? Is there a way for us to still work the international system? When the world was one of economic competition, there was room for everybody. All of us had a place to play. Even the theory of comparative advantage told us, you didn't have to be the great technological leader, you could learn to be better. And all of us did that for the middle part and the last part of the 20th century. But the world has moved into a zero-sum perception world. But it's not just that. The world has also moved into a 0-1 perception. All or nothing, win or lose. There's no gray area. The way America has begun to talk about the nature of global competition, it comes to us in Southeast Asia and it says, are you with us or are you with the other guy? Because it is no longer a case of your being able to navigate your own way. You're either with us, you're against us. If I don't win, I'm flat on my back. I must win at all costs. It is all or nothing, winner take all. And this world of two zeros is the one that we now need to navigate. So I seem to have be stuck now in my, I don't want to be stuck on two zeros because I have a good story to tell about how we get out of this, but my slides have begun to, okay. Okay, so yeah, well, back on track. So what I've just told you is the terrible dilemma that we're in, the two zeros dilemma. How do we get out of it? So I've got 5 minutes left in my time. I want to go through 3 quick things about what we can do. Okay. So the first is to recognize that the way we used to think about the world is in terms of this linear hierarchy. There was a number one country, the United States. There's a number 2 country, the rising great power. Then there's all the rest of us, the third nations. There's a linear hierarchy of power. A lot of international relations scholarship takes this approach. The instant you look at the world this way, it is zero-sum by construction, because number 2 only ever gets to be number 1 by displacing number 1. The other guy wins only if I lose. It is already zero-sum. It's become a winner-take-all view of the world because number 1 gets to write all the rules. This linear hierarchy that looks at ranking also magnifies the differences between humanity. You're either with me, you're one of our friends, you're somebody that we're going to friend show, you are like-minded, or you're on the other side. You are different from us, and it makes the world look black and white, democracy versus authoritarianism. You and I live in countries where at different times in our history, we have been called authoritarian. At different times in our history, we have become more obviously democratic. You and I know that there's a nuance. There are many different steps between democracy and authoritarianism. The world should not be black and white, 0-1 in this way. And looking at the world in this way is also a non-inclusive world. It says you are with me or you're on the outside. This is not a friendly world for us to work in. How can we make the world friendlier? I think a first step is trying to build networks that are interlocking along dimensions that stay away from the domain of confrontation. We don't want to get into the game of telling the great powers, you are number 1, you are number 2. That's not our job. Our job is, however that resolves, we need to form networks. We need to be able to work with different nations. We need to work with interlocking networks. A third model that might be helpful is to forget altogether about hierarchy of power, but to treat international order as being a marketplace, where there are some providers of the marketplace that have certain specific rules. America has a vision about what world order should look like. So does China. So does actually every other nation in the world. We all have views about the international system that works for us. China talks the story about open markets, globalization, national sovereignty, territorial integrity. America talks about universalism of its American model. This is a view that goes all the way back to the early 20th century. It talks about free and open interoperable systems in a way that can sometimes intrude on our national sovereignty. These are different systems on offer. And if we think about these different systems as being a supply curve, we are the demand curve. And in equilibrium, the result is something that's got to come from both demand and supply. In other words, the demand curve has to recognize its agency and its influence in affecting what the outcome of the world order is. This is very abstract. Let me be very specific now. I have written elsewhere about how this Thucydides fallacy should not stop us thinking about how third nations engage with the great powers. What I'm going to do next is try and take us through some key ideas there. We should begin to think about the problems we want to solve as being made up of concentric circles. One problem we want to solve is global pandemic. Another problem we want to solve is the global environmental crisis, climate crisis. Problem where we have to deal with is energy transition, how we move from fossil fuels, burning hydrocarbons, to clean energy, whether it's wind, solar, or electricity. There are concentric circles of global challenges, not all of which are in the very middle. The very middle, the kernel, is for the great powers to resolve. Who's going to be number 1, who's going to be number 2. But further on outside, there are domains where we can get even number 1 and number 2 in competition to agree would be a good thing. It's a good thing to come up with a vaccine for the global pandemic. It's a good thing to come up with new technologies for energy that are clean. It's a good thing to try and stabilize the global economy. This is something that works for all of us, and we need all to work together on these concentric circles that are further out. China is a system that has faults. America is a system that has faults. But even the Economist newspaper, in a headline that I think doesn't quite mean what it intended, China seeks a world order that respects states and rulers. This seems to me not such a bad thing. Now let me turn to the last two things. I've got only 10 seconds left. Strong political leadership. Why is that important? 50 years ago, China was a dangerous place. In the narrative that I've described here about China being a threat to the international system, China is a dangerous place today. 50 years ago, China was dangerous in that it had killed tens of millions of its own people. There were purges in the countryside. It was just coming out of the Cultural Revolution. It was actively exporting communism and subversion and revolution across all of Southeast Asia. China was a dangerous place, even more dangerous place arguably than it is today. What did America do at that time, 50 years ago? It did not say, China is a dangerous place, we must therefore sanction it on trade. What America did was, Richard Nixon stood up and said, this planet is too small for 1 billion of its most able people to live in angry isolation. We cannot leave China, dangerous that it is, to live outside the family of nations, there to nurture its fantasies, cherish its hates, threaten its neighbors. We need to reach out and work out what the concentric circles are that we can work together. This was great power leadership at work. They did that then. If they're not able to do that now, it is up to us, the 80% of the world, to be able to reconstruct the new Nixon-Mao version 2.0, to remove this danger from the world. Let me end with my last point, which is, I said we cannot do this without everyone coming on board. And this seems a little bit inconsistent with what I said earlier about our going our own way. And the reason I say we cannot do this without everyone coming on board is that we now live in a world where digitization and information technology, the semiconductors that Samsung makes, drive the global economy. Samsung develops its own technology. It does this in collaboration, in conjunction with technology experts everywhere around the world. We cannot have a system that is best, most efficient, most interoperable, seamlessly running if we don't have international collaboration across maybe not the great geopolitical military powers, but across the leadership in all the different domains that matter. The digital economy is one of them. My last example is energy transition. For us to be able to make the transition from fossil fuels to clean energy and still keep our standards of living, we need wind turbines, solar panels, electric batteries. These things rely critically on so-called rare earths and critical minerals that are distributed around the world, not in a uniform, egalitarian way. They're concentrated. They're concentrated in the United States, although there's little mining of that there. They're concentrated in Australia, a lot of mining in Congo and in China. All of these different parts of the world need to come together to be making the technologies that will help us become a clean energy world. Today, for all the inegalitarian, unequal distribution of critical minerals and rare earths, the production of these technologies is even more concentrated. China today produces 50% of the world's wind turbines, 2/3 of the world's solar panels, and 95% of the world's lithium-ion electric batteries. The things that we need to transition out of the danger that we're in the global climate crisis towards a new world that is cleaner, is going to have to bring everyone together. The best technology from the United States, critical minerals from all over the world, the best technologies from you in Korea, the best technologies from Taiwan in semiconductors, the best manufacturing at scale technologies available today only in China. We will not survive these sequence of crises if we don't bring the world together. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. 네, 원장님 감사합니다. 이어서 두 번째 기조 강연으로 한국개발연구원장의 조동철
Yes, thank you very much for the wonderful keynote speech. Next, we will move on to President of the KDI, Mr. Dong-cheol Cho. He will present on the topic of creating an open society where opportunities are continuously created.
Who are present here and connected online. Thank you very much, all. When I was first asked to give a keynote speech, I was a KDI school professor, where our official language was, as introduced by Dean, English. But all of a sudden, I became president of KDI, where our official language is Korean. So at first, I was preparing the draft in English. All of a sudden, I changed it in Korean. So let me speak in Korean now. 안녕하십니까? KDI.
Yes, greetings. This is President of KDI. My name is Cho Dong-cheol. Dean Dr. Danny Kwon from the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy. I was very impressed by your speech before me. So it's been 30 years or so since I've known Mr. Danny Kwon. When we met in the US, when I was an associate professor, we were in research in a similar field, and at the time, we were looking at detailed data, talking about economic growth. I remember that. But during the last 30 years where I've not been able to see him, he has become a great planner. And so really, I never knew how great a speaker he was. And so for me to have to speak after him, I feel a great weight on my shoulders. But thank you very much for the wonderful keynote. So Dr. Danny Kwon talked about the global order and politics. And we heard about those implications. But for me, I would like to direct my focus more on domestic issues here in Korea. So we can't reboot the entire world, I don't think, but maybe we can actually contribute to rebooting Korean society. So that will be my context today. So first of all, it's an honor for me to be a keynote speaker at this important conference. I would like to thank the NRC Korea for organizing today's event, and thank you for inviting me. We often hear the word crisis and even the more provocative word stagflation or perfect storm even. If you look at the asset markets, like the crypto market, stock market, which has fallen by more than 30% off of its peak, the bond market, which is very unstable, real estate market, which is entering an ice age, I think the diagnosis of an economic crisis is not necessarily an exaggeration. In addition, overnight news of North Korean missile launches, the U.S.-China conflict that is showing no signs of subsiding easily, constant confrontation between Russia and the West. And so the external environment surrounding us is more tense than ever before. And within Korean society, there's intense generational and class conflict. So it's very difficult to set and implement policy principles that the majority of the people agree on. However, just talking about the severity of the situation is not enough to get us through this difficult phase. We have to consider what we can do. In order to do that, we have to take stock, looking at the situation with a sober and calm eye. In this sense, I think it's very timely today that we have intellectuals from home and abroad coming together to discuss the future direction of society. And so I would like to share some thoughts on the current economic situation in Korea and some desirable policy directions for the future. First of all, the biggest issue in the global economy today is about inflation and rising interest rates as a response. It is true that various causes have led to global inflationary pressure, but it cannot be denied that the large-scale stimulus policies by governments around the world to recover from the COVID shock were the biggest cause. Most developed countries effectively lowered their benchmark rates to 0%, and governments pumped huge amounts of money into the system to prevent the economy from slowing down too much from contraction of demand due to lack of money. In some sense, these policies were successful. So starting in the second half of 2020, the global economy actually started to rebound less than half a year from the outbreak of COVID, with the U.S. at the center. However, the problem was that additional large-scale stimulus continued even after the economy started to recover. The $1.9 trillion in stimulus package implemented in early 2021, shortly after the Biden administration was inaugurated, is a case in point. This is 9% of U.S. GDP. It is equivalent to 200 trillion won in fiscal funding released into our pockets all at once. As a result, demand expanded rapidly. But inflation began to occur as the supply side was not as supportive as expected due to global supply chain disruptions. To make matters worse, the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, which was completely unexpected, awoke inflation, which had been fast asleep in the corner of an economics textbook for 40 years. Belatedly recognizing the seriousness of the problem, the Fed started flooring the brakes abruptly as soon as it took its foot off of the accelerator. As a result, the global financial markets entered a state of extreme instability, and the real economy is also expected to shrink considerably. By mid-year, our economy also saw some recovery thanks to global economic recovery. Listed companies like large exporters realized the biggest profits in history. As a result, the job market has emerged from the pandemic this year, and unemployment has fallen to its lowest since 2000, and the number of underemployed and potential job seekers also dropped significantly. However, that was pretty much it in terms of economic recovery. That's the problem. Export demand, which is dependent on the global economic situation, began to slow down around the mid part of this year and is expected to continue for some time to come. Although the severity is somewhat weaker than other developed countries, inflation did pick up in Korea as well, alongside economic recovery, and the BOK has been raising interest rates in response. As a result, the financial and real estate markets have contracted significantly, raising concerns about how much domestic demand can cushion the slowdown in export demand in the future. So as such, the recent economic situation has clearly demonstrated the limitations of stimulus policies that emphasize the demand side alone. So if the head of the household is not making more money and their ability to make more money has not improved, but the spending by household members increases, the family will fail. So in a country's economy, if productivity does not improve and if we continue to stimulate the economy to increase spending, this can lead to a serious problem. So the initial stage of inflation, if this becomes extreme, there's no guarantee that the country will not fail. After all, continuous growth cannot be expected by stimulating only the demand side without improving supply side productivity first. So what should we do to increase productivity in the mid to long term? Days when we are catching up with the developed world are long gone. And so it's hard to expect that past practices like state-led initiatives to nurture the private sector will continue to work effectively now. Going forward, based on the creative imagination of the private sector, which has cultivated sectoral expertise, the private sector must strengthen its competitiveness on its own. And it's important for the government to create a conducive environment where creativity can be fully expressed. First of all, some people are full of willingness to work hard to improve one's abilities, but then unfortunately, they may not be able to develop their full potential because of economic or social obstacles. Also, sometimes individuals cannot realize their potential because they're blocked by the walls of vested interests that exist in various parts of society. So we must work to eliminate them. When we break through the blockages in society and soften the rigid elements to create an open society where everyone can find opportunities to fully demonstrate their abilities to the full, then the overall productivity of our economy can increase. There are many, countless tasks that we need to work on toward this end, but today I would like to mention namely regulatory rationalization and labor market reform. As you know, our economy was able to make a successful leap forward through government-led industrialization and initiative. So in this process, transmission channels of government influence were formed in every corner of private economy, and also many regulations were produced. Although these traces of the old times have increasingly been fading, still the pace is still lagging behind that of the pace of economic and social development. And I think one factor that may be at play is a national nostalgia for past government-led development. Anytime that there is an unsatisfactory outcome, the first reaction from media is, what was the government doing? And many people in Korea still seem to expect the government to play an active role or somehow intervene in many economic activities. And this kind of social atmosphere is a major obstacle to regulatory reform, and it's actually behind the changing times. These outdated regulations that have persisted not only limit opportunities for private individuals to express their creativity, but also limit the space to quickly adapt to the rapidly changing international environment. It may sound a bit paradoxical, but the legacy of successful government-led development policies seems now to be weighing on our economy today as a burden. Examples include restrictive regulations that again constrain resilience to change in terms of technology, such as the Tada incident following the Uber controversy. Also, many other regulations that restrict market entry in the name of protecting neighborhood businesses. In addition, in recent years, regulations have largely been strengthened and spread without first assessing the economic and social costs and benefits involved in a scientific and rational way. Mostly it was based on political logic. Rather than carefully analyzing the root causes of soaring housing prices, I think you can recall dozens of measures introduced by the government to stabilize the housing market under the unrealistic idea that strengthening government control over the housing market to eliminate the so-called speculative forces can solve the problem. However, I think irrational regulations with this kind of clear political overtone appear to have been particularly tightened in the labor market. So the 52-hour work week regulation is one example. Since introduction, I try to ask every junior I meet personally, which would you prefer? To work 52 hours or less every week, or work 60 hours a week for 2 months and then go on vacation for the whole next month? Which would you prefer? From my sample anyhow, 100% of the people I asked that they would prefer the latter. This rigid regulation of working hours limits the opportunities not only for employers but also for workers as well. With the fourth industrial revolution in full swing and the emergence of various types of workers, how can we expect creative innovation while tightening these uniform regulations? And our labor market was already quite rigid even before additional regulations were further tightened. As an example, we have the salary class step system. So compensation is determined by years of service with no consideration of productivity. This has led to a relative sense of deprivation among young workers who are paid less versus their high productivity. But this scheme is not to the advantage of older workers as well, because under the salary system, older workers who have worked longer have to be paid greater wages, higher than their productivity. But actually, it's a crucial obstacle to extending the retirement age of the older workers. So at first glance, it seems to be favorable for older people, but actually there's a boomerang effect that robs them of their work opportunities. So this is a huge burden not only at a personal level, but also on a societal level as well, because extending the retirement age is the most effective response to the problem of old age poverty, which has been emerging as a serious social problem amid rapid demographic aging. It is personally and socially desirable to give older workers the opportunity to use their experience and expertise to work longer. And they are actually healthier than ever before. However, as long as productivity and wage systems, such as the salary class system, continue, extending retirement age is likely to be a very hard reform task, difficult to realize. So in terms of providing individuals with the opportunity to actively demonstrate their abilities, increasing employment flexibility along with a flexible wage system is also an important reform task. In a rigid labor market where employment is guaranteed regardless of performance, one's workplace becomes more important than personal productivity. A rigid labor market may be a blessing for workers who want to lock their back doors on their way in because they have landed and settled on a good job relative to their abilities. But for workers who have not yet landed a good job to demonstrate their abilities, the door to a second chance is effectively closed. So the older generation actually has ended up creating such a very closed labor market. So we're in no position to admonish young people to not lose hope after one or two failures and to try to look forward to the future. In addition to improving the productivity of society as a whole, there's also a serious problem in terms of providing fair opportunities. Now, the ravages of a rigid labor market don't stop there. The more rigid the labor market, the more likely that it is your first job that will dictate your whole life. The more important the first job becomes immediately after graduating from college, the more valuable your top university diploma becomes. And so college entrance exams become very important. This will drive parents to send their children to cram schools. The students are not convinced why they have to study hard, but the parents are convinced that for the good future of their children, who will likely live to the age of 100, their future will depend on their first 20 years in life. They know that if they lag behind in their teens and 20s, it will be difficult for them to make up later, even if they mature and develop their abilities later on. This has had the effect of increasing the household burden for private tuition and educational expenses. It's perceived as an investment for the future. I've looked at these projections, and the amount is tremendous. And this restricts the housing spending, the spending of the households. So parents' ability to afford private education will have a big impact on their children's future. And so it means that economic power can be passed down. And so this reduces dynamism of society and also threatens to spread doubt about the fairness of the system. So in order to provide everyone with the opportunity to demonstrate their abilities, the labor market and society as a whole must be more flexible and open. However, not only should there be opportunity to demonstrate one's abilities, but opportunity to develop their own opportunities must also be provided. So in particular, it's a great social loss to have opportunities curtailed just because families cannot afford it. So if you have the will and ability, society should step up to help. More allocation of welfare resources need to be divided or devoted to productive education programs for disadvantaged children and students. Support for startups can be understood on the same dimension as well. To lose out on business opportunities for lack of financial resources when you have abundant new ideas is a great loss, again, both at a personal and social level. So we need to convert existing policies that support companies that have lost their competitiveness to help them from being pushed out of the market. Instead, that kind of support should be redirected to support startups. So we need to strengthen the international competitiveness of existing large companies, but it's more imperative to create a market where new competitive companies are constantly created and doors are wide open for their growth into larger companies. I believe that with opportunities to develop and exercise one's skills, when it's provided fairly and widely, there's higher social acceptance of the results. So I've never heard anybody complain about the soccer star Son Heung-min's salary being too high. People may be envious and want to be like him, but he is not, people don't begrudge his success or be jealous because they know that he built his own ability by taking advantage of opportunities that were offered. And he demonstrated his skills through fair and transparent competition. However, providing fair opportunities is a necessary condition, but not a sufficient condition for building a dynamic society through increased social mobility. Because there are many people who may try and have the will, but they're not able to perform well because fundamental obstacles. So despite their efforts, they may not be able to achieve results due to external shocks and other force majeure. So building a system that considers these people too and grows together is essential for integrating society and to develop and maintain a fair system. So a society where everyone lives well together is everyone's ideal, but realistically, it may be difficult to fully realize and become such an ideal society. But I think almost everyone would agree that this is certainly the direction that we want to go. However, in that process, will we prioritize growth or distribution or welfare? Well, there is an age-old debate about that still. First of all, growth may not automatically mean expansion of welfare, but it is logically and historically clear that welfare expansion that is not supported by underlying growth cannot be sustained. Conversely, the proposition that expanding welfare will promote growth is generally not accepted, but it is also true that if distribution deteriorates too much, society's acceptance of efficient policies will decrease and in turn threaten continued growth. Which is why I think we need to approach this debate from a more pragmatic perspective. In other words, we need to find what elements are blocking both efficiency and distribution at the same time. Welfare policies that overemphasize only the equality of outcomes can have a negative impact on growth by weakening the economic will of individuals. So policies that provide sufficient accommodation and consideration for the inherently weak is a welfare expansion policy that is known to have little negative impact on growth. Policies that provide a second chance, a third chance to those who have the will to try and work are far more effective and productive than providing cash transfers. At the same time, providing equal opportunities for all and expanding a fair competition system is not only a key factor for sustainable growth, but also an important mechanism for social consensus in terms of what constitutes a healthy ex-post reward compensation gap. Growth and welfare are not mutually exclusive goals that are always running in the opposite direction. If we look beyond the long-standing ideological debate over growth versus welfare, we will be able to find a way to achieve one goal without compromising the other. By providing opportunities for more people to build a fair competition system, and by prioritizing welfare policies that do not hinder growth incentives, we will be finding ourselves that much closer to building a society where everyone lives well. So the recent external environment is very unstable, but actually the main cause of the current difficulty is the monetary tightening policy, mostly the demand side cyclical element as a reaction to growing inflation. So this suggests that the current difficulty is not likely to be strung out indefinitely. And more recently, there are signs that global inflation is starting to ease and that the interest rate hike cycle is starting to wind down as well. So in the short term, it does make sense to concentrate policy efforts and capabilities on overcoming the crisis in the short term. It's inevitable, but we need to make sure that our attention is not purely absorbed in the short term. We have to always think about after the crisis is over. So even as we work to overcome the current crisis, we have to think about what kind of economy and society we want to become after the crisis. And we actually benefit from valuable experience in the past where we overcame even more desperate times, the Korean War, and also the process of overcoming the 1997 and 98 foreign exchange crisis. It was very painful. At the time, our underlying fundamentals were extremely weak, and although the world economy continued to boom, we could not withstand even small external shocks that occurred in Southeast Asia, and our economy completely collapsed. On the other hand, in 2008 to 2009, despite the shock from this once-in-a-century type crisis, the biggest since the Great Depression, our economy actually held up relatively well. Unlike in the past crisis, when almost half of the 30 top groups went bankrupt, very few large companies experienced severe financial difficulties. There were no major banks requiring injection of public funds, and employment did not shrink. And so this was a result of our effort to restructure. It could have been painful. It was painful, but we endured to make sure that we do not experience a similar crisis going forward. And in the process, our economic fundamentals were strengthened to withstand extreme external shocks. So what kind of changes should we pursue in the process of overcoming this crisis? We should recall that sustained growth cannot be achieved by stimulating demand alone when not accompanied by productivity gains. So continuing to build as a system that can increase productivity should be a key agenda for change in the future. So I believe we must change society so that more people can have more opportunities. So, for example, regulatory rationalization, labor market flexibility, and educational reform are some that I could list. But these are all difficult policy issues that can face resistance from certain interest groups. However, we cannot expect our economy to continue to grow without a shift in this direction. And as growth weakens, we will be becoming even more distant from building a welfare society. Crisis is also known as an opportunity because crisis acts as catalyst for social change. In the past, historically over the past half century, we have upgraded our society one step at a time every time we overcame a crisis. Once again, I hope that we can work together again to overcome this crisis toward a more productive way going forward. Thank you for your attention. Yes, thank you very much. That was President of the KDI.
네, 두 분의 의미 있는 발표 감사드리고요. 이상으로 기조
Thank you very much. With that, we would like to conclude the two keynote speeches. We will move straight into session 1 after we set the stage for our presenters. So please stay with us for just a few seconds.
네, 그런 건가요? 네, 알겠습니다. 네, 첫 번째 세션을 시작하겠습니다.
Yes, we will be starting our first session, so please take your seats.
네, 이어서 첫 번째 세션은
Yes, we will be starting the first session on economic security strategy, where we will discuss global supply chain, space economy, and energy security. So the purpose of this session is to uncover mid to long-term policy alternatives for economic security, economic and security strategies. And before we begin, I will introduce the presenters and also the moderator, who will be Professor Sang-bae Kim from Seoul National University. The presenters include Mr. Jun Lee, Executive Director from the Korea Aerospace Research Institute. And joining us online is Mr. David Getty, Professor from the University of Georgia. And Mr. Hyung-min Han, Associate Research Fellow from the Korea Institute for International Economic Policy. Discussants include Mr. Hyung-jun An from the Science and Technology Policy Institute, Mr. Paul Murphy, Managing Director from Murphy Energy and Infrastructure Consulting, and Mr. Chong-wan Choi, Associate Research Fellow at the Korea Institute for Industrial Economics and Trade. Now I give you Professor Sang-bae Kim, who will serve as the chair and moderator for session 1. Yes, good morning. This is Sang-bae Kim. I'm a professor of political science and international relations at SNU. I'd like to congratulate you on the hosting of Reboot Korea 2022. It is an honor for me to take part. And we are ready to start session 1, where we'll discuss economic security strategy, global supply chain, space economy, and energy security. So the organizers actually asked me to start off with some opening remarks. So economic security is drawing increasing attention nowadays. The word, rather than the word itself, economic security, I think it's the interface between the economy and national security. And so there are changes to our reality that require more discussions about this theme. So usually semiconductors, displays, batteries, rare minerals, so commodities or intermediary goods, and the global supply chain for finished goods. So there are a lot of security issues that are emerging as being very important. Automobile semiconductor chips are in short supply. And also elemental water for automobiles also has become a problem. So these are items that we do not usually pay a lot of attention to. But disruptions in the supply chain, they're now being recognized as very severe issues that could potentially impact economic security. So in the age of globalization, we have to seek efficiency and low cost and divide the roles among different countries across the global supply chain. And so now security and sustainability have to be new drivers as we revamp the existing system. So that's the extent to how global supply chains have now become an important economic issue that could potentially impact national security. So economic security. So we have to look beyond the conventional narrow view that we had on security, because economic security is an expansion of the existing concept of security. It's a change in the entire security paradigm as well. The economic security that we are now hearing about is it reflects a complex reality. It's a new form of emerging security issues. And so economy, industry, and technology, there are security-related issues potentially that can hurt the global supply chains. So they can increase in quantity and then also link up with other issues in a qualitative way. And so understanding that kind of a spillover effect is also very key. Now, the issue of security of the global supply chains in itself, does it actually have the characteristics of the conventional understanding of national security? Well, I don't think that is very important. It is being linked up with other issues and expanding under certain conditions. And it has the potential to become enlarged as broader national security issues. So understanding those underlying components or the elements, I think, will be very important. We need to sort of broaden our existing perspective, to go beyond the past, to be more future looking. So I think we are at this very important time of transition, or this time of moving to the next phase. So amid this type of changing environment in terms of quantity and quality, we're going to talk about, again, the global supply chains, space economy, and energy security, what the relevant issues are, and how we can work together to resolve these issues. Financial security, data security, cyber security, online e-commerce related supply chain issues, and this can link up to offline global supply chain issues as well. So again, it's a very complex set of interconnected issues. And then FX rate volatility, inflation, and these types of economy-related issues are also linking up with those new emergent threats as well, making the situation more complex. Now, state-of-the-art new technology is very key. So energy or space, aerospace, technologies in these fields are emerging. And national defense is also a very key area. Now, there are dual technologies that can be used for both military and civilian purposes, state-of-the-art defense type technologies. So they're becoming more competitive amidst the emphasis on greater efficiency and productivity. So the issue of security in the military space surrounding these types of technologies is also becoming important as well. At a national level, there's a need for policy response, so embedding independent supply chains, securing resources, stockpiling materials and commodities, building up our independent standalone infrastructure, and then fiscal spending to provide support in case of contingency, providing support for capacity building, customized financial assistance. These are all being discussed. And the supply chain, which is dependent on external conditions, may have to be restructured, and strategic industries may have to be fostered. So how to foster the relevant talent, science R&D, localization of key technologies that were previously imported. These are also important as well. So we'll be discussing all of these relevant issues, hopefully with a more in-depth look in terms of what kind of strategy is required. So to cover this ground, we have 3 presenters and 3 discussants joining us. Some are on site and some online. I think the moderator already did the introduction, so I will ask the presenters to speak in the order noted on the program. There has been a slight delay, so I ask that our presenters and all the discussants also keep to your time. So if we could save little bits here and there, that would be nice. The presenters, I give you 18 minutes. For the discussants, 5 to 7 minutes each, please. Okay, then first up will be from the Korea Aerospace Research Institute, the Executive Director, Mr. Dr. Jun Lee, who will talk about space development and international cooperation. Thank you. Please greet our speaker with a big hand.
예, 안녕하십니까.
Yes, hello. As was introduced, I am Lee Chun from the Korea Aerospace Research Institute. The space competition has become a key strategy, and the space economics is directly linked to national security. So in the aerospace field, we've had various experiences of international cooperation, And we wanted to share our ideas about how we can connect that with economic development and also share some of our future plans. So I was originally given 20 minutes, but I've been asked to cut it a few minutes off, so I will try to skip some pages if necessary. So today I am basically going to talk about the various characteristics of the space development. And I will elaborate on each of them, the big science, strategic technology, and so forth. So starting with the first page, which is that the space development is big science. It's basically high cost. It requires long-term investment, and a lot of expertise are needed. So all of this is cost related and time related. So it cannot be borne by one nation. That's why we need international cooperation. Space development is also a strategic technology. And so it has to be seen at a national survival level issue. We also need to utilize the developments that we gain from the space studies so that we can improve the quality of life of people through the utilization of the space service. It is also linked to the new economy, seen as a game changer. And as such, it needs to be handled in the context of international order, global order. So because we need rules are needed to expand the human sphere of activity. So the first one, the first characteristics of the space development is that it's a big science. As I said, it's high cost, long-term investment, expertise needed. It's burdensome for just one country to bear all the responsibility and all the burden. So, for example, the space stations began in about the mid-1990s. And so far, we have spent more than $150 billion. So if the United States were to be the sole responsible nation for this activity, it would have been a huge, huge burden. Now, U.S. still has a large chunk invested in it. It has spent $60 billion, Russia $12 billion, Japan $5 billion. And the launch service alone is about $50 billion. So the United States alone has the burden of a little over $100 billion. But still, you can see that it is shared among the different nations. And the benefits that are achieved through this science it benefits the humanity. And the actual space experts, they don't really understand why all of this has to be seen in a competitive setting because they are so accustomed to international cooperation. Let me share an example that we have with the United States. The Space Explorer Tanuri has been launched, and we expect it to make a safe landing on the moon sometime in the next couple of weeks. This project itself has been based on strong collaboration between the United States, NASA, and CARI. So here we're not only sharing the burden, but we're also making sure that the benefits, the achievements can actually be utilized and benefit people from both countries and hopefully more. So again, in the project that the United States is leading, the Korean experts are also collaborating. So here we are truly working together in international cooperation projects. So for example, in the Artemis project, Korean experts are participating as well. So this is truly a big science, and we are all working together. At the same time, the space science is also a strategic field. So it's important, strategically important, and linked to national survival. So deciding a mission in consideration of not only R&D but also security, future growth engine, and international relations is a must, because it serves as a transportation model, but it also can be misused for sending out weapons of mass destruction. So we always need to make sure that that can be contained. So it's closely, definitely linked to national survival, not only on the economic front, but also in the military and security front. So for these reasons, we've had a non-proliferation regime. And in some areas, strict control was imposed on certain countries depending on what their needs were. So the non-proliferation regime was set to control any illegal or military-related uses. So you had the Australia Group, you had the Wassenaar Agreement, and the NSG under the linked by the MTCR.
뭐 구체적으로는 넘어가도록 하겠고요. 핵공급 그룹은 핵무기 확산 방지고 호주 그룹은 생물학이나
So here we explain the different NTCR sub-umbrellas. You have the Nuclear Suppliers Group, the Australia Group, the Missile Technology Control Regime, and the Wassenaar Arrangement. Its purposes and the controlled items are being listed on the slides. So the MTCR was established in 1987 and Korea joined in 2001. So individual states must prepare their own control regulation and procedures. We have a Category 2 and Category 1 as common control items, and it is clear that it does not intend to prevent national space development programs. But if you go into the annex explaining the Category 1 and Category 2 items, you can see in detail what is being under control and so forth. So if, for example, in developing the NURI, it has to be done with our Seoul technology. So this is slightly different from the international cooperation that I just explained in the previous slide. So the rockets or the unmanned devices can be used for other purposes. That's why it is stated as such. There are 35 member states at the moment, and it is a league of their own. So if you are not if you're not a member, there is no way you can transfer technology or sell or buy parts under this goal. So again, if you're not a member, you cannot participate in the cooperation itself. When we say we collaborate with Russia, it does not mean we share the technology. It means we truly cooperate at a step-by-step level. So Russia takes care of step 1 and we take care of step 2 and so forth. So under the MTCR, this area is not aligned with the free trade ideas, because we are already in this area particularly is strongly influenced by the topics or the issues in the economic security area. So I share the English version explaining the Category 1 and Category 2 of the MTCR to give you an idea. Moving on to the utilization, you can easily understand that the technologies developed through space development can be used to improve quality of people's lives through various satellite application services in terms of disaster management, monitoring on agriculture, the ocean, and so forth. So you can see that the global space utilization market already exceeds 219 billion US dollars in year 2020, and it is expected to grow to $429 billion market by year 2040. Especially in disaster management and climate change, we definitely want to utilize the space-developed technologies. So we have different bodies getting together to work on this. So for example, if Nepal experiences an earthquake, we want to identify, where the origin is, what is the scope of damage through satellite images that is taken by all of the different satellites owned and operated by different countries. So the accumulated data are provided to Nepal's government and the relevant institutions to help them better recoup from the crisis. So even if you don't own a satellite, you can still benefit from the benefits, the gains from the satellite activities. So you have the UN Spider program, the UN ESCAP has its program, and so forth. Space development is also an important part of future economy. We often call it the utmost highest technology and a future game changer. So all countries are not entitled to have an equal share of the resources on Earth. That's why we have free trade, because people had the need to trade what they have with what they have not. In space, we also need to apply the same rules. We have a tremendous amount of resources out there in space. A close example would be the moon. So it took about 4 months for the Tanuri to, from launch to the moon, to land on the moon. But that can be shortened. And once we do that, once we can commercialize the resources on the moon, for example, we can use the nuclear fusion technology to bring, for example, the helium from the moon to Earth. And that is going to be a complete game changer, as it is going to relieve us of all of the energy-related burden. As wonderful as that may sound, it can also be an easy cause for conflict, contention, and possible fights. So we want to make sure that we develop those technologies and resources, find ways to utilize it for humankind under orderly rule through a stronger international cooperation. So that leads to the issue of a new space-related order framework. Now, Korea wants to venture into the space because we want to use the resources and want to get ahead in the race. I'm sure all the other countries are the same. So with that, we need to have a stronger international collaboration or cooperation framework. The discussion has been ongoing for decades. We have multiple multi-layer and bilateral discussion bodies at the UN level, at the regional level, and so forth, as I have listed in this page. One of the key issues is that we want to make sure that the space development has long-term sustainability. So that's a topic that is being discussed at an international level. We also want to make sure that the space satellites are managed through traffic management. We don't want them to collide. Starlink, led by Elon Musk, says that it wants to send out about 42,000 mini satellites up into space, allowing for the use of the internet on space. So it could be, for example, the 6G. With that many satellites, no matter how big or small, up in the air, we definitely need traffic management. So again, all of that will be directly linked to the economic gains as well as security issues for the different states or different countries that send out those satellites. So we want to make sure that Korea actively participates in that discussion with exercising its full responsibility as well. So with that, I'd like to end my presentation. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jun. You have explained that space development is not just important, but you have elaborated on the different elements or different layers of its importance. That was a very helpful discussion. Again, emphasizing the fact that we need to really work on a global scale. Global competition, global diplomacy, space diplomacy might be necessary. So thank you very much for that insightful presentation. Now we'd like to move on to our next presentation and discuss the energy transition.
조지아 대학의
So from Georgia University in the U.S., Professor David Getty will be presenting. So please keep your presentation within 20 minutes, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I need to turn my microphone, clearing my microphone off. I'm sorry. Let me turn my sound down. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate you inviting me to this very important conference, this very important summit, and I will keep my presentation within the time limits. I do want to focus, if we could, just a little bit of our attention on what's being referred to today as the energy transition. This is something that gets a lot of, it's taken up a lot of the debate here in the U.S., and I know that it is in South Korea as well. And what I'd like to do is try and orient this conversation that we're having here in the U.S., particularly with our friends in South Korea, to focus it more on security issues. And so the way that I'll move through this presentation, and I need to, there we go. So I want to start out with just a few underlying contentions here. First off, kind of to follow on with the previous speaker, I want to look at this again as a security issue. Energy is a security issue. Here in the U.S. right now, predominantly our conversation has a great deal to do with climate change and with carbon reduction. And I want to lay out first just 4 contentions that'll kind of underpin what I want to talk about here. First, energy is preeminently a resource that has inherent security value, but it's not accounted for in our energy policies. There's generally not a sense of the security value of energy when we develop national energy policies. Second, and this also follows on with the previous speaker as well, energy is central to our capacity, both here in the U.S. and in South Korea, as far as our industrial base is concerned. It's central to the strength and diversity of the industrial base, and it will then lend to the capacity for us to ensure national security and both economic security. I want to hang economic security here on a couple points. First is that economic security itself is inherently dependent on energy security. I think this is something now, particularly in the wake of what we're seeing in Europe. Energy security now has become a very important issue, maybe something that was taken for granted in the past, but now energy security seems to be back in the fore as far as an important issue. And at the same time, let me point out here that, and you'll see this as I move through this talk, that energy security itself is dependent on a couple of things. It's inherently dependent on a diverse supply of reliable primary energy resources. And again, as pointed out by the previous speaker, a supply chain, a global supply chain of minerals and metals. A lot of conversation, again, around the world is turning towards increased interest in renewable energy. But we're also seeing at the same time that the minerals and metals that are going to stand up those technologies oftentimes those supply chains are dominated by countries like China, something that we have to keep in the front of our minds for consideration. Number three here, our 21st century global challenges, and as again, I'll point some of these out as I move through this, in particular, things like great power competition, economic growth and development, and climate change. Those are going to require security alliances. That's our major strategic advantage globally among democratic nations, is our alliances, which gives us advantage over great power competitors, something that I want to emphasize also in this talk. And then lastly here, 21st century, and this is pretty much my concluding statement that I'll get to at the very end, but our 21st century energy transition, however we try to couch that, it really needs to be security centric. It needs to be globally engaged with emerging economies, and then it needs to be climate inclusive. So let me move to my next slide. This is just an overview here, again, of the industrial base and the critical infrastructure sectors. I only want to make the point here that great power competition, as we are now seeing emerging with countries like China and Russia, it's extended beyond the field of it has extended the field of competition beyond just military, and it now includes energy resources and energy technologies. We're certainly seeing that with Russia, and we want to do what we can to hedge against that happening in the future as well. So this is just a general little schematic here that looks at again, kind of the current state of affairs, and we got a future state of affairs out there. Again, here in the US, and I think also from what I understand in conversations with my friends in Korea, a lot of the energy transition conversation is being driven by and motivated by climate pledges and CO2 targets and emission reductions. We just saw that from the Conference of Party COP27 in Egypt last month, which, sadly, oftentimes has been characterized as not having accomplished very much, but that the transition that generally we're talking about here is motivated by CO2 reduction targets. One of the contentions that I would, like to share here is that we oftentimes over-focus on where we want to be, that is in that future state, rather than taking into consideration that there is a transition state between where we are and where we want to be. And in engineering terms, that transition state is the one that's often of greater concern, because that transition state, oftentimes when you're transitioning from a current state to a future state, there are vulnerabilities and potential vulnerabilities there during that transition time. So right now we're in a current state, both in countries like the US and South Korea, where we're driven by fossil fuels, nuclear renewables. And the question is, what is that resource portfolio going to look like in the future? And again, those are some points that I'd like to make here. So if we look at South Korea's energy trend, and this is the total energy consumption for South Korea, you can see that it's dominated, as I'm sure you're well aware, by fossil fuels. But the one point I want to highlight here is there's been a trend, if you go back as far as 1965, there's been a trend of increasing energy resource diversity, and thereby increasing energy resource technology diversity as well. Keep in mind, if we think about this as far as CO2 reduction and we move out into the future, the question is, what does that diversity look like going forward? Again, my contention, as I pointed out earlier in this presentation, is that diversity, energy resource diversity, is going to underpin economic security. We look at South Korea's electricity profile, just pure straight up electricity, about 65.8% fossil fuels. Again, since the power sector tends to be the one that gets a lot of the attention, the question is, what does resource diversity and technology diversity look like going forward into the future? I know that a lot of the conversation in Korea, it is here in the US, which I'll point out in the next slide, has to do with trying to get off of coal resources and maybe transitioning over to either lower carbon or zero carbon technologies. But again, making that transition is going to be very difficult. It is proven to be difficult for some states here in the US. Here's the US profile, similar to what we just saw in South Korea. You can see in the US that we are moving away from coal. We are offsetting that with natural gas. We happen to have an abundant domestic supply of natural gas that has allowed us to do that here in the total energy sector. And here on this slide, as you can see with our power sector as well, one of the things that is being raised as concerns here in the US is that as we move away from coal, which is a base load energy resource, to natural gas, which is a flow resource, there's a little bit of a security loss there, an energy security loss, because we're moving from a stored energy resource like coal to a flow resource like natural gas. So again, I want to simply raise the point that as we move from a diverse resource base with all resources as we have prior to about 2007, and as we move forward, our resource diversity in the US is decreasing. And the question is, does that lend itself to a more secure energy sector and a more secure power sector? If we look at, again, kind of the driver for this energy transition conversation, it's all about CO2 for the most part. And this is just the trend you can see here from back in 1965 to 2021. Energy consumption has increased globally. It's not anticipated that it's going to be going down anytime soon. But at the same time, CO2 emissions have also increased right along with energy consumption as well. Those two trend lines are not projected to change. And of course, for the energy transition that's under discussion, the objective is to try and turn the CO2 trend line downward as the total energy consumption trend line increases. Now, there are very few ways that you can do that. For the most part, the reason that the CO2 trend line is moving upward here is because of the consumption of fossil fuels, particularly those in those regions of the world in emerging economies where GDP is growing, population is growing. Along with that, energy consumption, energy demands are increasing, and they're burning fossil fuels because fossil fuels, they're abundant, they're available, they're inexpensive, and they work. They are returning exactly what those regions are looking to do, and that is to power their economies. Now, this is South Korea's, and I want to put this in maybe just a little bit different perspective here. This is South Korea's CO2 emission trend line here. Like most countries, it's tended to move upward. But I want to put it in this perspective here because, again, the question kind of on the table is that if countries like South Korea, countries like the US, where I'm here, if we are being encouraged to go through an energy transition, excuse me, I hit the button. If we're encouraged to transition our energy economies to lower and lower and lower CO2 emissions, it's a reasonable question to ask, what is going to be the return on those investments where we transition over to lower and zero carbon energy resources? These three lines here on this curve, the lower line down at the bottom, this is the South Korea CO2 emission trend since 1990. The black line there, the global trend, is what I showed you earlier. So if we completely remove overnight, just immediately removed all CO2 emissions by South Korea from the global trend, what you'd see is that little brown dashed line there. That is, there would not be that great of an impact on the global CO2 emission trend. Not only would the impact be fairly small, but the global trend is going to continue to increase because of those regions of the world where fossil fuels continue to be consumed. Now, again, what is the gain here? There's essentially very little gain as far as CO2 emission reduction goes, but there's also a question here, just what impact would that have on energy security and economic security in South Korea? So going back to just revisit my graph from before, we have in this current state, we really are focused in South Korea, the US, and other countries as well on security domains such as economic security, energy security, climate security, and national security. In the future, my contention here is that primarily we want to ensure that those security spaces are retained. We may not, and certainly I don't contend that we're going to be able to zero out carbon 2030 or 2035 or maybe even by 2050. My point here and my contention is that we really need to focus on ensuring that those security domains there are retained. So again, now putting this in kind of a broader context, the world itself, economically, geopolitically, and technologically, the world itself is a network of energy and energy technology interdependencies. This is coal, oil, gas, nuclear, the primary drivers here of that energy space. What we also know is that there are new pressures being brought to bear on modern society. Just before Russia invaded Ukraine, China and Russia put out a joint statement and essentially offering to the world that there are going to be new options here. There are going to be new options for partnerships around energy relationships, energy agreements, energy partnerships. Russia and China are beginning to take some pretty aggressive steps here to offer themselves as a new model for economic development. If we look at recent conversations that President Xi has had in the Middle East, they are making it very clear that in the future and going forward, that they are going to have strategic partnerships as outlined here in the quotes, especially in the energy sphere. And it's a notable point here, as I've got underlined on this slide, that the partnerships are going to be around oil, petrochemicals, decarbonization, electricity, renewables, hydrogen, energy efficiency, civil nuclear engineering, energy, and supply chain security. My point here, and I'll, as I close out this talk, but I'll make a little more specific. Russia and China and other countries are expanding their energy resource portfolios. And when they do that, they are at the same time expanding their industrial base and their capacities of their industrial bases. They are also making themselves better available to emerging economies as partners to move forward in all of these energy resources that we see right here that China and Russia and the Middle Eastern countries are working to partner around. Now, I want to put that in contrast, for example, here in the US, where we are trying to reorient our economy to be lower and lower and lower carbon, almost to the point where we're very, very, very focused on renewable energy. So it's a reasonable question to ask then, just what does that do, or what impact will that have on our overall energy and economic security? Now, if you look at it again, from a global map, I'm only pointing out just very briefly here that Russia and China have a very strategic approach to all energy resources, oil, gas, nuclear, even the supply chains for batteries, for solar PV, wind turbines. Their strategy is, for the most part, all energy resources, all the above. They're going all in on all resources. So my closing slides here, and I'd like to close with just a few things, a couple of questions and some concerns. So in this energy transition that we're proposing, will that transition, if it's focused on domestic carbon reduction, will it afford countries like the U.S. and South Korea with the capacity to stand up our economies with the resilience and security that we need from our energy and power sectors? Secondly, does the transition lead to greater resource diversity, thus greater flexibility to respond to disturbances? Is the transition time span, that is, instead of it being a target year for some reason, is it conditioned upon geopolitical realities and broader international security responsibilities? Some concerns, again, China and Russia are strategically, as I pointed out, exploiting fossil fuel resources and technologies. And, while oftentimes we're debating moving away from those resources, but developing economies are moving in the same direction as China and Russia. Now, this will, in effect, reduce the diversity of our energy resources and technologies if we pursue this, while great power competitors diversify theirs. So we need to ask the question, what will be the impact on our national securities if the energy resources and technologies that operationalize our industrial bases, if that shifts asymmetrically relative to great power competitors? As I pointed out, authoritarian powers, they're engaged in an all-the-above energy strategy. They're leveraging their state-owned enterprise to meet geopolitical objectives. I'm going to point out here just one particular point, that there's really something that we need to focus on, I think, between the U.S. and South Korea, particularly around SMRs. These are technologies, again, that Russia and China are looking to exploit. And I think here my closing slide is going to be, again, my last point. Energy security alliances, I think, are going to be critical as we move forward in any conversation about an energy transition, and as we try to take into account things like climate change, economic security, and great power competition. I think that our energy security alliances are going to be more important today than they ever have been in the past. And so my last point here is that countries and nations like the U.S. and South Korea really should be focusing on those energy security alliances around things like natural gas, but particularly and perhaps most importantly around things like nuclear power and small modular reactors. So I'll close there and I'll hand it over to the moderator.
예, 감사합니다. 게티.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Getty. Recently, energy security has emerged as a very central issue in terms of economic security. So regarding energy transition, now the issue of energy security is actually changing the framework in terms of how we look at energy transition as well. So there is increasing competition amongst the different powers. And so given the geopolitical context, there's a greater need for alliance, as suggested by the professor. And at the global level, climate change and issues of environment also have to be kept in mind. And so the role of technology also was emphasized in that kind of wider context. Thank you very much.
네, 한영민.
Now we would like to move straight on to the presentations by Han Young-min, the Associate Research Fellow from the Economic Security Team at the Korea Institute for International Economic Policy. Yes, GVC is now being discussed at national security level, and you gave a very detailed presentation on the recent changes of the global value chain from different layers, different regions by different countries and different industries and even enterprises. You also shared with us how different countries including Korea, are responding to the changes at hand. So we have 15 minutes remaining to hear the discussions of the panelists. And if we were to allow the speakers to respond, we're going to have to ask the discussants to maybe use 4 or 5 minutes each for their discussions. So we ask for your kind understanding. I think we can go to Dr. An for your first discussion. Yes, hello. As was introduced, I'm An Hyung-jun from STEPI. I thank Dr. Jun Lee for his wonderful presentation. And he talked about the different characteristics of space development as big science, strategic technology, and how it can be utilized, especially for the future economy. And he also touched upon the need for the space order framework and shared the complexity of this issue. Economic security is the key word in this session, and space technology falls right in line in terms of securing economic security for the nation. However, because space technology and space industry has been led mainly by the state and has emphasized the national sovereignty or nationality issue of these technologies, it sometimes can be seen to block international cooperation because a nation has to be independent in terms of developing and being able to utilize these technologies. However, I'd like to suggest that we need to see this in a broader perspective so that we can work with other countries to be supplied with the right technologies or the right materials at the right time so that technological advances can be made appropriately. So I would like to emphasize the need for even more effective international cooperation in the space sphere. The new government has announced, the new Korean government has announced ambitious plans to further promote the space development. We do have some definitions laid out by the OECD, but still there seems to be lack of any consensus on the various definitions related to what space economy is, what its components can be, and how we can work in that field. So I'd like to just add 2 comments to Dr. Lee's presentation. First of all, the overall direction of open space development or openness in the space development field is definitely necessary. And we need a channel, just like we have in the semiconductors. We need a global community that can discuss the space economics. The United States is taking the lead with its Artemis project. China is also working on its own space community. The EU and India, Japan are also doing their part. So for the countries that are in a more of a follower state, they can be assisted by the advanced countries in terms of opening up their own space economy. So that could definitely be a benefit for the followers. However, with China and the US decoupling in progress, some new challenges can be expected. So we need to think about how we can build a regional space community. and come up with a think tank or an agency that can lead the discussions related to space economy. Secondly, I believe we need to have a better communication between the government or the public sector and their linkage or collaboration with the private sector. As the space economy grows, we believe that more technologies and more activities should be inviting the private sector companies in order for the industry as a whole to grow even further. Also, to respond to the shrinking demographics, we need to open up the space economy in terms of R&D, because a lot of the nations are experiencing a shrinking of their population. So when we go out to the space and try to develop the space economy, we need to come up with more creative ways to utilize the global human resources. Thank you very much.
머피 에너지 앤 인프라스트럭처 컨설팅의 폴
Yes, thank you very much. Next, we will invite Mr. Paul Murphy, Managing Director at Murphy Energy and Infrastructure Consulting. Just within 5 minutes, please.
Me off mute. There we go. Can everybody hear me? Thank you very much. I'll try and be brief with my comments. I chose to focus mainly on energy issues and areas of cooperation, working off of Professor Gotti's excellent presentation. And I think to start out, really what we have to recognize is that the international landscape has changed a lot. The world has changed, as we know, both with world events and with elections and other issues that are emerging, to include the situation in Iran. We see that the nuclear sector has changed a lot as we look to new technologies. We see the collapse of Rosatom in many ways. And then, the challenge that we face in terms of developing projects, dealing with climate change, and the need to mobilize capital to deliver projects faster, to address the issues that we heard from Professor Gotti on energy security, to think of energy as critical infrastructure, not just for development, but also for dealing with climate change. And I think when we look at the U.S.-Korea relationship, we see that there's ways to leverage the strengths of both sides. That there's a need for government and private sector cooperation, but that we need a strategy. And so when we look to where there are opportunities for cooperation, I think we first have to recognize the consequence of Russia and China and the competition that exists, the geopolitical aspects of that, and that there is an imperative in terms of addressing challenge that Russia and China both present, and the different challenges that they present, especially when you consider financial resources being so much more significant given the size of the Chinese economy. There's a demand in the market for projects, but we then need to think about how we're actually going to deliver those projects. And again, I think that comes to looking at the strengths and weaknesses of each side. We have to recognize that cooperation requires leadership. It also translates into leadership globally. And when we think about that, we need to think about how we specialize and scale that to meet both development needs and decarbonization needs. And when we're looking at it, and I'm focusing really on the nuclear side, we see that it's already happening with SMRs. We see that there are U.S. companies that are developing SMR technology, small modular reactor technology. We see investment coming from Korean companies, which is very significant. We see that there are supply chain issues in terms of supporting large reactors. We see that there's cooperation at the government level with the SMR program being led by the State Department for training, called the FIRST program. But then there's also the tension, with regard to the situation between Westinghouse and KEPCO KHNP. And now there's concern globally about the impact of the Inflation Reduction Act. We see concerns both in Asia and in Europe about the implications of that. When we look to cooperate, we see various strengths from each side, and I just highlight a few here, not to make it an exclusive list by any means, but the U.S. has certain global reach and certain resources that are significant, but also from the Korean side, certain strengths in terms of fabrication, in terms of project delivery, the ability to provide some more flexible financing options, particularly equity. And I think whereas the U.S. has more of a geopolitical agenda, I think Korea less so once you get out of the immediate region that Korea is in. So when you get into the Middle East, when you get into Europe, when you get into the Americas, Korea is seen more as a trade partner than more just the geopolitical issues that sometimes the United States brings. When we talk about cooperation, I think you've got to look at the geopolitics of the global marketplace, focusing resources, maintaining common principles, but also shaping the market through training and leadership and getting into countries early. I think we need to identify areas where there are common interests and then make sure that we're cooperating at both the government and the corporate levels. And we have to understand really that we each define success differently. And appreciate how that is defined. The one thing I would say in dealing with the United States is that, it's important to come in with a plan that you present. I think if you wait for the U.S. to figure out how to cooperate, you'll get a lot of good intentions in terms of statements like, yes, cooperation is a good thing. Yes, we should work together. But if you really want to see cooperation, coming in with a plan and showing how both sides can benefit is the way, showing up with an answer before that discussion begins. And the example I wanted to finish with is really when we look at what happened with COP27 and the whole decarbonization discussion. And, these slides will be available. I don't have the time that I would have hoped for, but I wanted to focus on the loss and damage concept where, the countries that are smaller, that are suffering from the impact of climate change, are basically saying to the developed world, hey, you caused this problem, you should pay for it. And there was a lot of debate at COP27. There was a rushed solution at the end where this facility would be set up with really no details. And then right while that was happening, you had what was going on at the G20 summit, where it was announced that there was going to be a large program to support Indonesia, similarly for what was already announced for South Africa a year earlier, and then other countries being talked about, such as Vietnam, India, and Senegal. So what do you do with all this? And I think that it creates a wonderful opportunity because on the one hand, just sending money to countries and hoping it finds its way to the right place and translates into projects is a really stupid idea. What you really want to do is make sure that that money is being used properly, is not going into the pockets of certain public officials, and really focusing on the delivery of projects and value for money. And I think that when you look, as I said, going back to the prior slide, you see that the G20 announcements were the U.S. with some other countries or other countries focusing on a region. Indonesia, U.S., Japan led. And so I think that creates an opportunity for Korea to identify both target countries and partners to work together to help deal with climate change, and deliver significant projects. And it's this idea of properly structuring projects and looking at the volume, the volume of projects that are needed. So, if you look at the right side of my slide here, the main themes, it's about delivering good projects. Just sending money is not an answer. Picking target countries and identifying partners. And if we're looking for ways for Korea and the United States to cooperate, this is definitely one area that could be, whether it's nuclear or non-nuclear, but, infrastructure, critical infrastructure. And part of that is going in early and helping to properly structure these programs and projects in the country. So going in early, doing a lot of the FID, pre-final investment decision work to help structure these projects to then mobilize the capital that's really needed. to coordinate the supply chains. And at the end of the day, and my final point to close on is that we have to be thoughtful about the consequences of inaction, because if we're worried about our decarbonization goals, if we're worried about climate change, then we have to do a lot over the next 2 decades. And that will translate into projects and the mobilization of capital. And so that's dealing with climate change. But we also have to recognize that if countries like Korea, the United States, the OECD countries, non-Russia, non-China, if these countries don't get their collective act together to help the countries that are struggling with both development and climate change, others will step in and create relationships, will create levers of influence, will create debt dependencies. And that's also something that we have to be very careful of. So I think cooperation is practical, it's needed, but there's also both a climate and a geopolitical imperative to make sure that countries that are allied, that are friends, can overcome some of their current differences to find ways to deal with a lot of problems that we face in the world. So I apologize for having to go fast. I thank you again for the opportunity to share some remarks with you, and I welcome the opportunity to continue the discussion when maybe we have some more time. So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Murphy. So really very detailed pointers in terms of cooperation between the US and Korea. Very impressive. Thank you very much.
Now we'd like to ask Dr. Choi Jung-hwan, Associate Research Fellow at the Center of International Industry and Trade, Korea Institute for Industrial Economics and Trade. Thank you. As introduced, I am Choi Jung-hwan. Thank you very much for your Dr. Han's really detailed presentation on the recent changes of the GVC. It was a very thorough presentation, so I don't think I would have anything any more to add, but just wanted to share, as a research point of view, what kind of issues that we would be looking into, largely in 3 points. First, I would like to talk about the changes of the GVC participation of Korea, which was also mentioned in Mr. Han's presentation. We see that the GVC participation of Korea in the global trade has reached a peak in 2008 and has somewhat reached the global peak in 2008, and Korea's participation also reached the peak in the early 2010 and has been steadily declining both in the upstream and the downstream markets. But if you look at the overall GVC chart, we see that Korea's position is somewhat moving up. So in the areas of electronics, optical industry, and the chemical industry, we see such changes as explained with the slide that I presented. So we need to understand how these changes are going to affect Korean companies and what kind of implications that can be found, especially in connection to the situations related to COVID-19, would be some of the future research topics that we as researchers need to be thinking about. In the presentation, Mr. Han mentioned that they used the Bloomberg data. Now, I'm sure all of us will agree that the access to data is a very big challenge as we conduct such studies. With the advance of regionalization or the blockage system of the global network, we need to use more recent, more high-frequency trade data, such as the Panjiva, GTA, Import Genius, and so forth. So this is one area that we need to be focusing on as a researching community. So this is an example presented by Murphy et al. In year 2021. how the Xinjiang cotton is obscured in international supply chain. So from Xinjiang, it has been exported to a clothing manufacturing company in Indonesia, and ultimately ends up being exported to the United States as a Calvin Klein shirt. So it shows the overall value chain. And I think this kind of data can also be used to by the Korean researchers to upgrade their studies and also to visualize the understanding of the GBC. And I'd like to end by discussing a little bit about how Korea can respond to the changes of the GBC. So we are now witnessing a more club type of trade negotiations or discussions. The IPEF and the EU-US TTC is a prime example. And if I may add a bit more on this area, the IPEF will begin its first round of negotiations in the next week or so. And also the US and EU TTC has recently held discussions in Maryland. So we need to study these new discussions and respond to that. Also, in major supply chains, the ESG is becoming ever more important. In the EU, in the UK, and the United States, several laws have been enacted, especially also in Germany. So we need to set up more guidelines and research in this area. In September, Japan has introduced the strengthened human rights guidelines in the supply chain. So these kind of changes in the ESG sector, we definitely need to focus more on. The third point I'd like to emphasize is the importance of setting up an early warning system and also having a visualization of the global value chain, making improvements in that aspect. We need to make use of the qualitative approaches and also include a more data-based approach in our future studies using big data. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much for sharing the key research agenda that we need to focus on in terms of responding to the new global changes in the global value chain. So with that, I would like to ask our speakers to maybe respond or comment for about 1 minute or so to the discussion, starting with Dr. Lee. Thank you very much. Yes, you made 2 suggestions. One is that we need to really think about a space community. Now, we can work with like-minded countries who has the similar level of transparency and technology level. So that could be one layer of a space community. Artemis from the United States could be a prime example. Another collaboration could be sought among countries with different levels of technology or progress. So, for example, working with developing countries that have not yet fully developed their space capacities. We are currently working with some countries, inviting about 30 experts from other developing countries, from 20 different countries, to Korea and share our experience. Korea seems to be the only country, again, just like in the economic sector, the only country in the world that has achieved such rapid progress in space technology and space industry in this relatively short period of time. So in that sense, we also have a lot to share with other developing countries. So those can be the different layers of incorporation, international cooperation that we can think of. In terms of commercialization or industrialization of the space technologies, we have so many private sector enterprises aspiring to participate in the space industry. Korea is a strong manufacturing powerhouse. And in terms of the overall size of the space economy, the market can grow to be very big. It has a lot of potential. Korea, on top of that, has a very strong manufacturing base that can support the space economy, starting from venture companies to large conglomerates. So if the state presents a good vision and allows for fair participation, I believe there can be many small but strong companies, private companies, that would love to enter the space economy and really do well. We're currently working on the fourth revision of the space development projects for Korea, and we are going to make sure that the proposals would be inviting and welcoming for the private sector industries. Thank you.
Professor Getty, a 1-minute comment, please.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'll just make some quick responses. Mainly want to draw attention to and highlight some of the things that Mr. Murphy said as far as delivering good projects. It really would be beneficial, I think, and important for the group to go back and look at through some of the slides that he's presented, but in particular the ones about and the importance of delivering good projects and not just sending money and hoping for a result. I think Paul made some excellent points about picking target countries and identifying partners. It's going to be real important that we have third-party integrators that can have well-defined projects here. Project structuring is going to be vital, be very important to ensure that we do have success on the other end. And again, supply chains and the mobilization of capital. Paul made excellent points. Again, I'm not going to belabor it, but I would encourage the attendees there to go back and look at some of the main points that he made. I was following through his presentation. Good points. Agree with all of them. Encourage the group to go back and look through them again. Thank you very much.
We are too short of time, and it's always a great regret as a moderator having to end a very lively discussion. Still, we hold conferences like this not to present a solution for all the problems that we have, but to progress the discussions that has been ongoing to a certain degree. We talked about the economic security, but at the same time, I ask myself, when can we shift away from the economic competition or the security framework? When can we discuss real peace and cooperation or collaboration framework to be the foundation of our discussions? So how can Korea as a middle power work on its diplomatic skills to navigate the current situation? So that would be another area we need to look into in future opportunities. Still, I believe today's discussions have been extremely helpful for giving us the seeds of discussions for the changes that we see in this field. So how can we respond to the changes? How can we pull the wisdom at a state level and as various think tanks? So with that, I'd like to wrap up this session. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Kim, for being the moderator, and thank you all presenters and discussants. Please stay with us or join us for session 2, which will begin in about an hour and a half. So we will have discussions resume at 2 o'clock here Korean time. Those of you who are joining us offline, we will be providing lunch boxes in your seats. So please enjoy and see you back at session 2.
네, 안녕하십니까. 오전에 이어 세션.
Yes, welcome back. I am Kim Hae-yeon, your moderator for session 2. I hope you all enjoyed lunch, for those of you who are joining us here on site. With no further ado, we would like to begin the second session, which will talk about the mission redesign for fostering national critical and emerging technologies so that we can present future strategic directions for the Korean government. So with no further ado, we would like to invite President Moon Mi-ok from the Science and Technology Policy Institute to give her welcoming remarks. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. As was introduced, I am Moon Mi-ok. I'm delighted to be joining you here at Reboot Korea 2022, where we'll be discussing the policy directions and strategic responses for the Republic of Korea. In this session, we will be talking about the national critical and emerging technologies, which has been announced towards the end of last year. We believe that mission redesign and fostering of such technologies requires a more advanced level of collaboration and mission design to make it truly effective. I hope through the presentations and the discussions, we will be able to hear insightful comments in this regard. I'd like to thank Professor Lee Gun from Seoul National University and the discussants, Mr. Kim Byung-gon from the Division of Strategic and Public Procurement, Korea Institute of Procurement, and also Lee Hyung-dong, the director for the Center for Science and Technology and Cyber Security Department for Security Strategy from the Institute for National Security Strategy. So once again, we have identified the national critical and emerging technologies, or the CETs. Apart from identifying those technologies, we need to understand how practically we are going to proceed with each of those technologies. And at STEPI, our basic role is to do scientific research for the identified areas. We believe that the national competitiveness relies on the technology and also the enforcement power of its human resources. With the reduction of the population here in Korea, we find an increased need to improve our productivity. And in order to enhance productivity, we have been working to use scientific technology for that end. We are seeing warning signs in relation to the areas connected to the critical and emerging technologies. And we want to make sure that these areas are reflected in the NIS so that we can be more ready to taking the next steps going forward. So the future of the national critical emerging technologies and the issue of public and private sector collaboration is on demand. Whereas in the past, the government led most of the activities, but especially nowadays and in the years to come, in all sectors, the energy sector, the climate sector, and all economic sector, we will have to approach it from a more strategic level or direction. And we believe that the public and private sector collaboration is ever more important. These policies need something more than the traditional R&D technologies that we've had in the past. We need a more comprehensive and integrated approach. And this has been raised in recent discussions at all levels of the Korean society. So in that context, we have prepared for the presentations and discussions. So the government at the lead, supported by the national research institutes and the good allocation of budgets, coupled with the right approach in assigning the different work that needs to be done, must follow. These will lay the macro foundation for moving forward. So a top-down approach alone cannot be effective because we are seeing so many different players and elements at play. More subtle and micro-level adjustments are required. And these activities that are sophisticated and well thought out will help us as we navigate the challenges that lie ahead of us. STEPI will continue to support such activities through scientific research and policies. So I'd like to once again thank all the presenters and the discussants for putting together this wonderful session that will definitely be meaningful and beneficial for all those joining us here online and also offline. So thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, President Moon, for your greetings. Now we'd like to invite the moderator for this session, Professor Lee Kun from Seoul National University, will serve as the moderator. And as the presenter, we have three people lined up. Jo Young-rae, the research fellow from the Center for Asia-Pacific Strategy on the Frontier Technology, Science and Technology Policy Institute, and Mr. Choi Jung-hwa, Chief Director, Division of Strategy Research for Future Innovation, Science and Technology Policy Institute. We also have Chief Director Jung Jang-hoon, who will be joining us online from the Division of Strategic Planning and Administration, Science and Technology Policy Institute. We will have Mr. Kim Byung-gun and Mr. Lee Hyung-dong join us for the discussion sessions as was introduced earlier. So we invite all of our discussants and presenters on stage. I think we're all set. So with no further ado, Professor Lee Kun, I give you the floor. Yes, hello everyone. I am Lee Kun, and I am with the Seoul National University Graduate School of International Studies. I have been studying the scientific and technology area in connection to the US-China conflicts. So I think that in that capacity, I have been invited to moderate this session. So I'm delighted to be joining you as a moderator for this very meaningful event. The bio that I have submitted for the proceeding is quite updated. I haven't updated it much. So some of you might be wondering what kind of activities I'm doing. Apart from that, we used to think heroes of the past were defined somewhat differently. So nowadays, the new heroes must come from areas of strategic technology and science. And I believe we'll be able to hear some of the voices of the new heroes that we have today. And as a moderator, I must keep track of time. So with no further ado, I would like to invite our first presenter.
Yes, the first presenter will be Research Fellow Young-rae Cho from the Center for Asia-Pacific Strategy on the Frontier Technology, Science and Technology Policy Institute.
감사합니다. 제가 좀 아는 분야여서
So this is one area that I'm quite familiar with, so I think I was able to listen with some comfort. I did look at the materials before coming. I think one thing that stands out is that mostly science and technology in Korea is actually driven by different ministries, whereas in the US, it's the Congress through laws and enactment. They are the driver of technologies. So there are limitations in terms of the bottom-up approach, which is why I think in Korea we have more of a top-down approach. Next, we'll move on.
As our next presentation, we invite Mr. Choi Jung-ha, Chief Director from the Division of Strategy Research for Future Innovation. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. I think we are about 15 minutes behind schedule. So now we'd like to move right on to our third presentation. And the speaker is joining us online.
본부장을 맡고 계신 정정훈 박사님께서 발표해 주시고.
Yes, we have Dr. Jang Hoon-jung, Chief Director at the Division of Strategic Planning and Administration at the Science and Technology Policy Institute. Yes, thank you very much. So I'm joining you online because for personal reasons. So I would like to extend my apologies to all of my fellow colleagues and the moderator for not being able to join you in person. So Dr. Cho talked about mostly the legal aspects, and this Dr. Choi talked about the Procurement Act, the National Contract Act, and also other local laws as well. For my purpose, for my presentation, it has to do with the National Finance Act mostly. So in order to foster strategic technologies, there has to be some public financing provided by the government. So how to manage that funding as well. So the fiscal budgeting related matters will be the focus of my presentation. So I will try to move a bit quickly through my deck. Okay, so agenda. So in terms of allocation of the budget, I believe that we have to have an integrated view. So this is not just my personal opinion, because already with the launch of the Yoon Suk-yeol administration, for 2023, in the proposed budget for allocation of resources for national R&D projects, already words like selective concentration or integrated strategic investment, they were included in the keywords as well. And so I will focus on that topic. But again, it is already incorporated into the national budgetary framework with the new government. Now, one thing that stands out is integrated approach, mission-centric approach. So it's mostly about coordinating the different competent ministries so that they can work together. From 2019 to 21, these are the results of various surveys. And you can see that collaboration between the different ministries is not easy. Now, I think this is linked to budgetary matters in large part. So I wanted to show you some of the connecting points. So this shows, what's wrong in terms of an integrated approach, coordination between the ministries or lack thereof. Now, it's about the mission of securing technological hegemony. I don't think we should overly focus just on the R&D budget only. Just as one example, in 2022, regarding the government's budget for new businesses, it's 4 trillion won from the central government and also the local government. Now, this is also a combination of government general accounts, central and local government accounts. So my point is that when we talk about suggestions, budget, R&D budget, non-R&D budget, we should not work necessarily against that distinction, but have more of an integrated overall viewpoint. And as a baseline, to secure technology hegemony, we need to have an integrated approach toward budgeting. And we have to be centered around the mission. So it's not the name of the project that is important. What is the substance of the project? What is the mission that this certain technology aspires and seeks to resolve? So from 2020 to 2022, carbon neutrality related R&D projects, many have very similar names, but they were all different. There are different programs all included. So ex post experts, of course, cannot look at all of the programs to see if there's any overlap after the fact. So it would be better to realign the projects based on the specific mission, and then reallocating or adjusting the budget would be a more pragmatic or practical approach. Again, it's not just the R&D budget, but non-R&D, Treasury supported projects should all be included in our scope. And I mentioned this because earlier in the example, carbon neutrality projects. So Ministry of Finance actually has Treasury supported programs as well. To achieve carbon neutral apartment complexes, for example, some subsidies may be provided from the Treasury to the apartment residents, for example. So all of these have to be included in our scope. We have to have an inclusive, integrated view as guidance, or otherwise it will remain fragmented at best. So it would not be conducive to greater efficiency in terms of allocation of resources. So R&D budget is overseen by the Ministry of ICT and Science and then the National Advisory Committee. But we need to somehow build an integrated framework so that we can have a more all-inclusive scope. So expanding the scope, I believe, of the relevant provision, I believe, will be a way that actually we can achieve this. Now, mission-centric realignment of the existing projects, if that is possible, then we will be able to assess whether, or we should then be able to assess whether the necessary budget is being allocated. This is a spending review. Already the legal grounds are in place. So as long as we can define these necessary technologies based on mission, I think we can actually perform spending reviews for those projects. And then third, regarding the spending review, so it's actually we need to be able to have a more practical top-down budgeting system first in place for the spending review to be practical. We have a high level and sectoral budgeting process, which is actually more individual oriented or fragmented. So it's really hard to assess the adequacy of the different budgetary amounts. So if through the spending review is put into effect, I think maybe at a high level, a ceiling amount should be set based on a top-down approach, but then there should be autonomy given to the different ministries in terms of sub-allocation of the actual budget amount. So there should be that kind of delegation of responsibility for the top-down budgeting system. And then cost-benefit analysis is very important. And again, we have to have a mission-centric point of view to make sure we have a good, robust lineup in terms of the mission and whether, in terms of the budget, everything lines up cohesively or not. And so just to sum up, we have to be able to have a mission-centered approach to realign and reassess these critical technology-related projects. And we have to make sure that the asset allocation or the budgetary allocation is done realistically through spending review. And then the ceiling amount for the total budget should be set. But then the different ministries will be given autonomy in terms of setting the actual detailed budgetary amount. And so these were some of my suggestions in terms of how to restructure or realign some of our technology-related projects. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you, Dr. Jung. I think your presentation ended much earlier than I expected, so that brings us back within our planned schedule. Okay, so we will move on to our panel discussions. Actually, researchers, to limit the speaking time is actually very harsh, because to just give them 4 minutes to share all of the accumulated knowledge that they have built up, it's really too harsh and too little time. But I think we have slightly less than 30 minutes left, and we have 3 panelists. And then we will have to open up the floor for further discussion. So that means that I will be able to give you maybe less than 5 minutes each. So I seek your understanding that I'm not able to give you more time.
조달 연구
So now we would like to have our first discussant, Dr. Kim Hyung-gun from the Division of Strategic and Public Procurement from the Korea Institute of Procurement. Okay, thank you very much for my 5 minutes. Not many of you will be familiar with the institution that I am with, the Korea Institute of Procurement. Well, there are two markets in Korea. We have the public procurement and the private market. The public sector is there for a reason. We provide our taxpayers with various services. And in order for the public sector to provide such services, you would need certain products, construction work, and infrastructure. And so that's where the procurement market comes in. I think I've been invited to join in the discussion mainly to talk about the procurement sector, as was covered in one of the presentations, and also because the United States have been showing some changes in their policies in relation to their procurement market in the Trump administration and also in the Biden administration. We have been talking about technology and security. And in the United States, for about 3 or 4 years ago, you had the backdoor incident. Remember, the Chinese company Huawei entered the U.S. procurement market, and a huge debate about the national security breach was surfaced. With the COVID pandemic, another issue was set on the table with the emergency situations, asking for the procurement market to really move at a very quick speed. So securing the technology and securing national security is a discussion is now being discussed hand in hand. I think there are two main differences that we can think about in this situation. The United States puts the U.S. values first. For example, in the U.S., if you want to enter their procurement market, you have to have more than 50% of the parts and materials come from the United States. So it's Buy America. That's what the Buy America Act is about. So the taxpayers' money is used in buying various products through the procurement market, the government procurement market, and therefore the market itself has to deal with what was produced by and in the United States. And the Biden administration has announced that 50% mark is going to actually be increased to 75% in a couple of years. And some of the things that the United States market cannot procure on its own within its domestic market, they will then work with their allied markets to procure such products. So that's what the United States is doing. So having said that, how about the situation in Korea? How is Korea doing? If you look at it from the procurement market, here in Korea, everything is so fragmented. We've already experienced this with the UWS incident, with the semiconductor incident. The market itself is really fragmented, which disables us to proactively respond to future challenges or emergencies. Yes, R&D is an important factor that supports these activities, but more importantly is that we need to be able to make full utilization of the actual R&D outcomes. When a technology is brought to the world by a private player, whether that technology can actually benefit the world is another tricky issue. Because for that technology to be commercialized, the private company is always left with the burden, unless they are fully invested by an external investor. There's always the burden of taking on the risk on their own. So that's why the government has to kick in and maybe make prior purchases, although currently this is not such a big portion. But still, the government needs to fill in the gap between the actual business R&D output and that to be fully successfully commercialized or built into a business. So the companies, the private companies, can introduce new technologies and work with the R&D to present new products and services. And as Dr. Chung mentioned in his presentation, how can the government support this cycle is an important factor. And the government's tool to really help this happen is always in the form of the budget. So the private sector and the public sector have traditionally had a role to play. And since the budget is always set, there's a limit as to how the different ministries, different private sector and the public sector taking on their responsibility, which in the way they have been for many decades. So in order for the policies to become implemented in a more efficient way, we definitely need a new form of collaboration, a new form of an agency or a ministry or a task force, what have you, that can play the role of really connecting the different needs and simplifying the process. Thank you.
건축공학과에 계시는
Next, we invite Professor Chang-won Kim. He is a professor at Chungang University, Department of Architecture, Engineering. So thank you to all the three speakers, Dr. Cho and Dr. Che. So regarding their presentations, well, actually, they really were very relevant to the work that I previously did in taking part in the budgetary reviews. So I related a lot. Our R&D budget right now is about 30 trillion won. In the private sector, I think, it varies by statistics, but I think the budget on the private side is about 80 trillion. So it's about 3.5 or 3.6 times public R&D budget. So back when we were a developing country, the role of the state on the public side actually was very much emphasized. So government-led research projects actually were key in really enhancing science and technology as a state. But then, as we are now approaching, the threshold of becoming an advanced country, what is the role of the public sector in terms of technology, R&D? I think that's something that a lot of us are thinking very hard about. In the budgetary review process, that is also a very key criteria as well that we look at. So demand-centered, mission-centered R&D, in collaboration with the private sector. Well, these are ideas I very much agree with. And then the national R&D project, mid to long-term investment strategy, I think that strategy should include a lot of those ideas. But given the current system, public and private collaboration or this kind of demand centered on us budgeting, will it be possible? I have my doubts. First, regarding collaboration with the private sector. If you look at how a lot of the research projects are planned, there are, planning specialized institutions, but they don't do the planning on their own. Usually, they will outsource the planning piece to a private provider. So there can be some disparity between the government's intentions and the actual planning. And government ministries or the strategy of the government, I mean, so the planning agency, which is also a public institution, should align to those strategies. But because they're mostly focused on the administrative management side, as far as planning goes, actually they're not often able to pay as much attention that is required. And in connection to that, ministerial R&D is mostly about application research. So it's about commercialization as a precondition. At the planning stage, about 70% of the work is done by researchers at the universities. So, well, actually, at the planning stage, there's very limited input from the industry. So it's mostly just the pure researchers. So after the planning phase, it's very difficult to move on to the backstage, the back end of the commercialization process. Say research is done, but then often it is not linked to any commercialization, for example. I understand that the success rate is only 22%. Research success rate is 99%, but in terms of how many of those research findings actually make it to the commercialization phase, it's only 22% or so. So mostly the problem is from planning. So often because of misplanning, a lot of the research is really misaligned with the needs of the corporates, and so commercialization is not achieved. So how can we engage the private sector, the corporate involvement from the planning stage, I think is key. How can we encourage more interest and engagement from the private sector companies? And how can we reflect technology that they want starting from the planning phase, and so that we can support that research with public finances? I think that's something that we need to think hard about at this point. Another thing is, as we heard before, collaboration with the private sector. I think it's in the same vein. To date, if you look at the research projects, there is R&R established by the ministries. The universities will do pure research. Other institutions will be in charge of more of the application type research. But actually, at the university level for Korea, actually about 60% of the research is application research, not pure basic research. So it's hard to say that that's negative per se, but it's different from the US, where there's a high percentage of basic research mostly done at the universities. So we have to have a full value chain where we develop the basics and it's able to advance to IP for commercialization and monetization. But we do have to think about this kind of misalignment. The policy funded research institutions, for example, so they use up about 40% of the public technology R&D, which is quite significant. So are they actually, what kind of contribution have they made in terms of development of these frontier critical technologies that add to our national competitiveness? I think we also have to take a mission-centric point of view in assessing their contribution as well.
안보전략연구실 센터장.
Now we'd like to invite Dr. Lee Hyung-do from the Department for Security Strategy at the Institute for National Security Strategy to share his comments. Yes, thank you. I'm not really an expert per se on the national security strategy. However, I believe I've been invited to join this discussion to maybe share some more macro perspectives. So that's where I stand. The two discussants ahead of me already touched on the need for this approach. And the presentations were also made with this premise already made, so I don't feel the need to repeat what has already been said. I just would like to add a few comments on what I have thought about as I listened to the presentations and the discussions. Economy and science technology, as was mentioned many times, is merging. And many of the areas are forming certain blocks with such technology. And science and technology has become a key factor in national security. And many presenters and discussants already touched upon this. Now, the issue of whether should the government continue to lead with a top-down approach, or should they change their approach? Well, I personally believe that it still needs to be government-led, state-led, for the national security-related science and technology, with the private sector focusing more on commercialization. So I still hold on to that kind of a divide, if I may call it so. Also, doing my research preparing for this discussion, I learned that the acts related to this field is very complicated and rather fragmented. I believe we need to really consolidate or integrate these acts. Now that we have the 10 national critical and emerging technologies, we find that there are some fairly common elements among them. Of the critical and emerging technologies, what you call the emerging technology can refer to a transitional stage, moving from the basic science to a more advanced applied science. And some technologies are in such transitional period. Some other technologies already are moving towards the stage of industrialization. So with this varying degree within the 10 list, is it feasible for us to kind of loop them up together as 10 national critical and emerging technologies? So that's the question that I would like to first raise. I feel we need to have a differentiated stage kind of an approach, depending on the level of technology readiness. So that's the one thing I wanted to comment. And also, government agencies or institutes have their R&D structure or their stages that they are accustomed to. Can those steps be readily applied to the national critical and emerging technologies is a question that I believe we need to ask. I would say that it cannot be just cut and paste and applied. I believe for the critical and emerging technologies, we need a separate track, a separate kind of an approach. And in order for that separate track to be operated, we'll need a separate organization. Something similar to the DARPA of the United States, for example. An institution that does not have an R&D capacity, but mostly focuses on planning for various R&D projects at a national level. So I would suggest, as a separate kind of a track, a separate kind of organization. Currently, the government is in charge of controlling about 5,000 different technologies. I believe that 5,000 can actually be trickled down to a much smaller size, which can be better managed by such government dedicated agency or organization. Also, in the initial stages, I think the government needs to open up more to the private sector researchers. So instead of having like a very small or narrow window for the grants or projects, I would propose that instead of giving a $100 million project to one entity, I would split it up to 8 different entities to be invited and work with the same amount of budget. And then kind of trickle that down and run it as something like an audition program for the different research institutions to work in a relatively smaller scale but become more nimble and more competitive. The fact that we have the critical and emerging technologies identified emphasizes the need, the importance of having a non-replaceable technology capacity within our track. And when used properly, this can support the national security. And that is why I believe we need to have a separate or a differentiated approach than we used to have with other technologies. Well, thank you very much for your discussions and comments. I think we have about 5 minutes left. And if we could take 1 or 2 questions from the floor, and then open the floor again to our presenters to maybe share a few comments of their own. I also have some questions and comments that I'd like to share, but I know I'm not supposed to use up most of the time.
So we heard about TVC, trust value chain. So I think this is aligned to the concept of friend shoring. So actually trust. What is trust and how do you go about building trust? I think that should be done by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I'm wondering whether they are really doing a good job there. And also, I would, also like to comment on funding, but I will open up the discussions to the floor first. We don't have too much time left over, so if you could keep your comments or questions under 2 minutes, please. So this is a question slash partial recommendation. So I've taken part in some national R&D projects. I'm from Demand. It's a private sector company. We're involved in the public procurement market, and also we're involved in public R&D initiatives before. So we talked about how to strengthen collaboration between the public and private sector. So the role of institutions that are dedicated to public R&D projects, I think there has to be, strengthening of planning expertise. So like we heard that expertise, well, there's a lot of reliance on the state-funded research institutions or the universities for help. So it actually is one limiting factor in promoting private sector collaboration. And flexibility in management of these public R&D projects. So I think right now there's a lot of rigidity that remains. So specialization of planning and flexibility of management or the lack thereof. For the R&D projects, it means that the private sector companies, especially the SMEs, actually there's very limited scope for the SMEs to really make a big foothold in. In terms of planning specialty, a lot of the role would be assumed by the national research institutions. So there's a lot of distance with actual industry trends, for example. There's a lot of rigidity in terms of management. So from the private sector point of view, it stands to actually be significantly damaged if something goes wrong or something falls through. So I would hope that there's a bit of adjustment there. And then just one more thing that's more fundamental. For government R&D, I think there's an issue of trust toward the private sector companies. Or there's lack of trust from the company side as well. Is everything, being conducted in a fair, equitable way? Overall, I think it's hard to deny that negative perceptions still persist. And there's a perception that the, public research institutions are more trustworthy and should be more clean. But I would hope that those perceptions are addressed as well. So it seems that rather than being questions, there are suggestions about certain identified problems. So thank you about that. And we don't have too much time. So from the speakers or discussants, if anybody would like to add, I will ask without accepting further questions. I actually got the chance to travel to the US and Canada this summer. Waterloo University, Chicago University, and Stanford in the US as well. Engineering professors at Chicago actually, or from Stanford, were from business management. Waterloo and Chicago, they had a lot of science background. So, there's much more I would like to share in terms of my insight that I gained on the ground. But for lack of time, I think I'll have to conclude. And I will thank all of the speakers and panelists and draw this session to a close.
Thank you very much. This wraps up our session 2. I'd like to thank our moderator, the speakers, and the discussants for their active discussion. We'd like to take a short break for about 15 minutes and then convene for session 4. So we'll take a 15-minute break and come back for session 4 at 3:45. Thank you very much.
네, 저희 잠시 사진 촬영 진행할 텐데요. 잠시 대기해 주시겠어요?
We will have a photo session, so please stand by. Speakers and panelists.
할까요? 네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 오후 3시 45분부터 네 번째 세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 참석하신
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin session number 4 in about 3 minutes. So at 3:45 Korean time, we will start session number 4.
다 오실 거예요. 저 밖에서 아직 도착을 안 해서. 네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 네 번째 세션 3시 45분부터 시작할 예정입니다. 참석자 여러분 및 토론자분께서는 입장하셔서 자리에 착석해 주시길 바랍니다. 네, 편안한 휴식 시간 되셨나요?
Yes, I hope you enjoyed your break. We will now begin session 4 on the policy direction for balanced development, strategies of Japan and Germany. So the current status of policies to promote regional development in Japan and Germany to formulate policy directions going forward was the intention of this session. So Japan actually experienced deterioration of the local communities and cities faster than Korea. And we heard that there were very viable revitalization projects in Germany. So we hope to gain a great deal of insight for Korea through this session. So on that note, we will kick off. And I will first introduce the moderator, presenters, and also panelists before we begin. The chair will be President Hyun-Soo Kang of the Korea Research Institute for Human Settlements. Presenters, Professor Yamashita Yusuke from the Graduate School of Humanities, Tokyo Metropolitan University. The second presenter is Professor Frank Eckhart for the Institute for European Urban Studies, Bauhaus University, Weimar. The professor will be joining us online. And our panelists include Director Kyung-hwa Hyun from the Grassroots Organization Support Center, Professor Sang-moon Lee from the Department of Urban Planning and Engineering at Hyupsong University, Professor Emeritus Hyung-jae Cho from the College of Social Sciences, University of Ulsan, Senior Research Fellow Mi-suk Chang from KRIS, National Territorial Regional Research Division. Lastly, Deputy President Jeon Choi from the Korea Maritime Institute. So I will pass the mic to President Kang to moderate this session, please.
Yes, thank you very much for that introduction. This session will be discussing balanced development and what kind of policy directions can help us on achieving that goal. We have various institutions joining us as the panel discussants. We have two presenters from Japan and Germany, which we believe has experienced the similar situation slightly ahead of us, like Japan, already going through the aging society. So we have Professor Yamashita Yusuke and a speaker from Germany, Professor Eckhart, to share their experience, Germany's experience, on how to bring back the regions in Germany.
에 맞게 그 농촌 전문가 또
And as panelists, we have invited experts on the issue of rural development, urban development, agricultural development, and also in areas where they are experiencing transitions from an urban agricultural to an industrialization period, and in the related agencies. We ask for your understanding in advance because we only have 90 minutes with 2 speakers and 5 presenters. So I'd like to give 20 minutes to our speakers and 7 minutes to our discussants to share their views. Again, we apologize for not being able to give you enough time to share your ideas and opinions. We'd like to introduce Professor Yamashita before he starts his presentation. He has been criticizing the Matsuda report, and I believe the book has also been translated in Korean as well. He has been criticizing the Japanese government's policies in dealing with the issue of the fading out of the rural regions in Japan. So with that, I'd like to invite Professor Yamashita, please.
Okay, so please put up my slides. And how do I move them around? Oh, I see. Yes, good afternoon. This is Yamashita. So let me take you through the slides. So I will talk about my research on revitalization of the localities. I've written many books, and this book actually was translated into Korean also. So I think that is why I was invited to speak today. So there is a decline in population, and there was a lot of centralization toward Tokyo. Although there were many policy efforts made, there was limited success. Now, population decline is due to low fertility, and again, very high concentration around the Tokyo area. Sorry, I need to move my slides forward. I don't think I'm doing it correctly. But it's about the capital region or the large metropolitan areas that are seeing significant decline in fertility. And so, again, young women are concentrating, moving to those areas. And this change, this trend is not stopping. So many people are choosing not to get married or getting married at a late age. And so this is a prevalent, persistent driver of the decline in population. Now, The reasons for the decline, of course, there are many factors. Overall, total drop in fertility, overall, I think, is a greater driver for the decline. And there's a lot of intergenerational balance or imbalances that also at play. So as a result, the concentration of the population to Tokyo and the main cities, again, is mainly due to decrease in population. This was the gist of the Masuda report. But then government policies actually have not always been consistent. So there was a lot of competition to earn money. So local governments actually were competing to win grant transfers from the central government. Local public finances were quite weak because of budgetary reform that was enacted in prior years. The central government does appear to be providing grants and transfers, but the method is actually changing. Before, there were automatic transfers made from the central treasury, but now they're asking for grants. Now, why do you need fiscal support? So that was a big change. In the 1990s, decentralization that had existed in the 2000s changed over to centralization toward around Tokyo. And then the government then embarked on efforts to then revitalize the provinces in the local areas. So there was awareness among the public, but with actually limited success in terms of improvement of the situation. There's the shock doctrine. Low fertility, population decline was actually used as a political tool. So what happened was no matter what policy was later produced, it did not work. And the government did try to introduce comprehensive strategies. But in terms of the population decline in different parts of Japan, what had to be done specific to the different regions, this was delegated to the local governments. Although the policies were well intended, again, they had limited success. So due to limitations in the initiative of the central government, this led to a trap effect. No matter how much of an effort they led, again, they were not able to revitalize the local areas. So the ruling party preferred centralization, and it was at opposing ends with the opposition party. And so there was really no development. But there are still signs that going forward there could be some improvements. So I will touch upon that. And I will also talk more about the fundamental reasons why low fertility is not improving. So we're seeing fertility and mortality both go down. So this is part of the population study results. And so we're seeing abnormal decrease in fertility. So this is from the Population Research Institute of Japan. From the early 2000s, population started to drop, and then it plateaued. But at this rate, there are projections that the growth rate in fertility may soon fall to zero. So how to interpret this situation? From the households, the first baby boomer generation are called the Dankai generation in Japan. And then there's the Dankai Junior generation who were born from the 1946 to the 1970s. And then they should be followed by the third generation, but that did not happen. There was a disconnect. Now, up to the 1950s, there was overpopulation, or actually population growth in the rural areas. But then when the Dankai generation became adults, there was too many people in the provinces, so a lot of them chose to move out of the provinces. So a lot of them moved along to the Pacific Belt or the other urban areas. They were moving to achieve their dreams from poverty. So that was one key movement. And then there was what's called the Tama New Towns. These are suburban communities that emerged from the late 1960s. These are large residential complexes. So as the people moved out to the cities, they settled down here to have babies and settle down, raise their family. The Dankai generation, well, their children, the Dankai junior generation, if you look at their total fertility, if it's 2, the balance would improve. When the Dankai generation were born, it was 4, but in the next generation, this balance was broken. So up to the Dankai generation, it was a balance equilibrium, but then again it broke as they moved to the Dankai junior generation because they did not have many babies. So the balance was breached. In the 2000s, fertility was very low. It recorded a historical low point. It did improve a little bit, but has since gone back down. So living in the large cities and the suburban areas, low fertility, particularly in those areas and Tokyo, was more prominent than other areas. So it showed that the Tama Newtown areas had notably lower fertility rates than other areas. So ironically, as more people settled down in the Tama communities, what happened between the 90s to the 2000s to explain this kind of significant drop in fertility? In the 90s, especially in the 2000s, you have to look at the political economic policies that are assumed to have had a negative impact. So there was too much emphasis on public finances and the economy that led to imbalance in people's daily living. The Dankai Junior generation in the 90s, after the bubble popped in China or in Japan, then later grew up and become adults. So these are slightly younger people than me. As I grew and became adults, there was a lot of job-related reform and initiatives that were adopted. Lifetime employment disappeared, irregular job positions increased, company welfare decreased. And so there was a lot of transition that had started in the 1980s. Disassembly of the unions, for example, privatization of public institutions, which led up to these developments. So there was a lot of reform amongst the conservatives, also in the transition to neoliberalism. Even today, of course, we are constantly reforming things around us. But because of these reforms, it became very unclear what would happen 5 years, 10 years down the line. So this was a disincentive to have more children. In the 2000s, there was a lot of administrative and fiscal reform then as well. And smaller cities and districts were merged together. Up to the early 2000s, still there was protection provided for minimum level of infrastructure, but then the local government transfer grants was reduced. And so I talked about a change in the allocation method, but a carrot and stick type of approach was adopted in the 2000s. So a bigger allocation to local governments that actually were more aligned to the direction from the central government. So against this context, the Dankai juniors grew up and became adults. And as society developed, The exact correlation is unclear, but this then led to a decrease in marriage and a decline in fertility. Those who were born in the 1980s, when they got married and had children, fertility decreased even further. And so the Dankai junior generations were not able to produce a matching population. And then there was the East Japan Sea earthquake, the nuclear accident, and the Liberal Party actually acquired power again. And then starting 2012 or so, there was Abenomics, a lot of the policies which have since been criticized, the Olympics, casinos, and these types of predatory conduct actually started to become more noticeable during this time. So then revitalization efforts to revitalize the local areas, the provinces began. But then 5 years afterwards, COVID broke out. And I have not been able to do all necessary research. But during COVID, because of fiscal shortage of funds and administrative needs, there was a lot of scale down in funding. A lot of the schools were closed. So at the time, initially, it was just discussions. But now, we're actually seeing these policies put into practice. And so the peripheries were cut off, if you will, and there were developmental projects instead. So a lot of the youth that returned to the local areas, they found no schools, limited infrastructure, public transportation, etc. So a lot of them actually had to return to the city. So this was a part of a vicious cycle. In the case of decline in population, I mentioned that a lot of the smaller city units or the local community units actually were merged together. So that had a negative impact. So there was a degree of economic activity and services at the local provinces. However, a lot of the infrastructure was removed and the different units merged together under the banner of reinforcing public finances for the future. So there was disaggregation of society that was looking out for one another. It was everybody for themselves. And amid this contraction, there was a lot of concentration of power again to the central unit, the central government and Tokyo. So it actually was part of this kind of, again, a vicious feedback loop. Public transportation was eliminated in some provincial cities, but the Shinkansen, the express rail, concentrated on the larger cities, was expanded. From a sociology point of view, the cutting of the edges led by the central government initiative is misguided. The center only exists when there's a periphery around it. But if you're cutting out all the peripheries and just trying to safeguard the central area, I believe it's it's ill-advised. There is a necessary function of both the cities and the localities. It has to be balanced between the central and the periphery. And with all of this cutting off of the edges, this led to a lot of imbalances, which then manifested in further decrease in fertility. And so the mainstream, the young generation, actually, there was a lot of pass-through of necessary social costs to the younger public in terms of social pensions and whatnot. And then savings by the elderly was a main pillar of public finances, providing that kind of supportive role being directed into JTBs, for example. So then what happened? How did efforts to start revitalizing the provinces start? Because elderly savings was a buttress, the balance was not totally broken. You see the listing of the cities. For example, Hokkaido, very low. This Western Japan, very far away from Tokyo, like Okinawa, have very high fertility in comparison, 1.8. So a lot of variance by region. The closer to Tokyo the area is, the lower. And then in 1988, the marginal communities, well, about more than 50% of the population there were of old age, and we thought that they would disappear altogether. But 30 years on, they still persist, and only a few number of these so-called marginal communities have since disappeared. So how to interpret these research findings is not clear. Everybody had forecast that they would become extinct, but they did not. It means that somebody, at least, is going back to the provinces, and so these marginal communities are being somehow maintained. And sometimes you may not necessarily live there, but you have some kind of engagement or tie. You may work there, just not reside there. And so potentially these are the people who actually are maintaining the infrastructure in that kind of community. And some island areas, very far off, farming towns, for example, do appear to have higher fertility rates. And so these are some interesting findings. And in 2011, after the earthquake, some say that people started evacuating, and many may have returned in that process to the provinces. And so people moving from the large cities and getting government subsidy to support a move to the farming or the regional areas, for example. So right now it's about 5,000, but next year this number will be increased to 10,000, 20,000. So these are people who are moving out of the cities after receiving grants or subsidies from the government for relocation. And there's also a migration consultation center, and apparently the number of people getting consulting for possible relocation is increasing. So, and this third part, I think you can refer to it later on. But the issue of low fertility, I think if you do the calculation, I think we're slightly off of the orbit. But in Japan, people who want to get married, so if it's about 70% now, and if, say, 80% of those actually get married, they may have maybe 2 to 3 children. So when we ask how many children they want to have, it's maybe 2 or 3. So it's this kind of slight increase in birth rates that will be enough to return the fertility rate back on track to trajectory. So digitalization can also add, help boost vitality in the provinces. So it's about delegation of authority, decentralization, reclaiming balance between the central cities and the provinces. So in order to rebuild balance, we actually have to delegate more authority, more resources to the peripheries. So there are vested interests that are incentivized to protect the power, the centralized power. So decentralization or delegation, of course, is not easy, but it is something that continues to require policy effort. Thank you for your attention.
예, 야마시타 유스케 교수.
Yes, thank you, Professor Yamashita. This was very expansive in scope. So I think you rushed through in a very compact way to keep to our allotted time. So thank you very much. I think maybe if anybody is curious to know, Professor's book is already translated into Korean. So maybe we can refer to that book later on.
하우스 바이마르 대학
Moving on to the second presentation of session 4, we have Professor Frank Eckhart from the Institute of European Urban Studies at the Bauhaus University Weimar. Please go ahead.
Inviting me to the conference. I would like to start my presentation with 3 points of particular interest to an international audience, maybe 3 particular points which are special for Germany and which are important to know before I can explain my presentation. Firstly, Germany in general is a very wealthy country and is a economically very strong country. Nevertheless, we have huge differences in the different regions, between the different regions. That means we have good, wealthy, economically strong regions in the south and in the north, but we have shrinking and poor regions in the west and in the large parts of the east. So that is important to know. So many of the problems that have been looked at from Japan, I think also are relevant for these shrinking areas in Germany. Secondly, it is important to know that Germany is a federal state, and that means that a lot of competences and policies are delegated to the states that are composing the federal state. That means we have not one national policy on regional development, but we have in each of the 16 states, we have separate regional policies and policies for urban planning. And that means, thirdly, that we have a wide range of differences in what the different states are doing on the issue of regional development. Now, in general, we can say we have hard measures, that is infrastructure support, financial support for companies, support tax reduction for companies and branches. So hard measures that includes money in the sense, but also soft measures where the government is indirectly supporting regional development. Sorry. Now I wanted to say something about this soft measures by focusing on regeneration by community. So what is regeneration by community? Regeneration by community is that leftover spaces by deindustrialization, by economic shrinkage, are taking to be renovated, to be regenerated. These projects, however, are often or mostly initiated and supported and managed by citizens. Now, these citizens are delivering from different fields of society. However, they are non-profit oriented. In the last 20 years, this has become a very strong movement on the local level, and a lot of old forgotten ways of urban planning, like in the German case, the so-called heritage building law, Erbbaurecht, is reused again. And what is interesting to see is that these forms of regeneration by community are supported now also by the industry, by foundations, by banks, and by the government. Now, I want to show you in very short time, 4 examples how this works. And I will start with a velvet weaving company factory building, which has been left over after deindustrialization, after all this industry has been closed down already 50 years ago. 50 years long, the city of this small city has been suffering from the loss of jobs, and it has waited for another investor to come to take it over, or another company, another branch to restart the building. It never happened, and that's why after 30, 40 years of decay and vacancy, citizens started to take up their own, citizens started to initiate the regeneration of this territory and have been setting up an association looking for a new way of using this place by inventing housing, office ateliers, neighborhood space, community gardening, sport facilities. They have been supported first by the churches, then also by the local city office, and finally at the end they got also financial support by the state, by the local state. 8 million euros for the regeneration and another 1 million euro for project development. Now, a few years ago, this was the opening, and as you can see on the left side, they have been able to set up a local meeting place with a cafe. There on the top, you can see a picture of housing on top of the roof, and inside a non-profit meeting place for citizens. It developed further, and it has included new subjects like the energetic issue, how to maintain this area with sustainable energy. So that's why they started to make an energy plan, and they started to set up farming, so to give children a way to get food and to sell this food on the local market. A second example that I want to show to you is from the east of Germany. It's from a city of Halle, which is a 300,000 inhabitants city, and where close to the railway, you can see it on the picture here on the right side. There is the railway lines. Close to the railway lines, since the German reunification in 1990, this area has not found any useful meaning. There was no investor coming, no plan to renovate it, and the city is poor because a lot of inhabitants left the city. Sorry, and the question was what to do with this empty space. And together with students, we made proposals to plan this area new, and at the end we managed to find citizens to set up an association, again, like in the other cases that I show you. The citizen has been motivated to make a gallery, to rebuild the place, and the city itself engaged finally to give €500,000 for the regeneration and another 600,000 for the further management of the project. Now it started with art, with galleries, with making this playground here on the left side, and more people were engaged about it. So we made a plan for this territory with different greeneries. Sorry, it's all in German, but it's not a problem. It's just saying, okay, this is a plan where you have a marketplace, you have a place to play football, you have place to for the gardening, and as you can see from the pictures here on the right side, it has been accepted very much by the local population to use this territory in this way. Now, third case is from an old industrial area, the Ruhr area, which is called Ballroom. It's a town where there was steel industry, very strong coal and steel industry that has all been closing down in the 1980s. And in 1971 already, this old steel industry factory area has been closing down. The same story as in the other cases. No new investor is coming, no new company was coming to take this place. And again, citizens, after waiting for so long that something happens, took up the initiative to set up a new association and to try to regenerate this building by themselves. They have been supported by children's homes and by the city of Bochum after a long period of planning and discussing. And the state supported it then by 3.6 million for the rebuilding and nearly another million for the projects that were enabled here. Now, this is how it looks now from the inside. As you can see on the left side, a new housing space was introduced by enabling co-working and housing at the same time, which is a desire for a lot of people, that you can live and work together in the same place. And on the right-hand side, you can see a meeting point for citizens in the neighborhood, which was not there before, so people can come there, have a good cup of coffee. Green area, care of that, and to plant new plants for making it more attractive and sustainable. Now, the last example that I want to show to you is probably the most difficult one, because it's an old factory that has been closing down, and from this factory, still the housing estates for the workers were there. However, the workers all more or less are old or left already or died. And this area now, where you can see the 2 rows of houses in line, they were kind of a socially problematic area because these people were unemployed. They were not doing many things. They don't know what to do. They have not so much money, etc. So this is a very stigmatized area where people do not like to live. But nevertheless, there were people setting up an association of this neighborhood for making it a more livable space, setting up a cultural workshop, and they are still waiting for some financial support. It is in the discussion. The city is very poor, so it waits for the state. And to give you just a view on these 2 persons here on the right side, they were the citizens that took up the initiative to say, okay, let's do something here. Let's regenerate this place. And they started to do it with a building on the left, which is a bunker from the Second World War, one of the most ugliest thing that you can imagine. And it has been, of course, stigmatizing the whole area as being ugly. So the first thing they wanted to do is to get away from this image, and that's why they painted this nice insect here on the wall. Now, the project have been progressing. As you can see on the right-hand side, they took graffiti and paintings all over the place to make it to give a new image, and they enabled students here, as you can see on the left side, to take the place for their purposes and to revitalize it. Now, to sum up my presentation, empty spaces are still as redefined by regeneration by community for multiple purposes, not for just one purpose. What we can see is that the citizens that are engaging are undergoing a form of professionalization. They get more and more experts on urban planning and issues of financing, etc. But and it is all based on the idea that citizens are taking the lead in this, so they are the pioneers in it. Nevertheless, as especially the last case has been showing, financial and management issues are the remaining crucial issue, and can let everything let everything die. Now, the discussion that we are having in Germany is about this regeneration by community approach. Is what to do if you don't have this strong citizens who are really taking the lead. So how can you get these strong citizens, and where are they? And the second question is, how can you enable the cooperation between different stakeholders? So like, okay, we have banks, we have the city hall, we have urban planners, we have schools, etc. But how do we organize that they are working together? And of course, we think that like many projects have taken up issues of energy, of sustainability, etc., which are the issues of the future. I think that this is a major point how these projects can sustain for the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
예, 감사합니다. 프랑크 에카르트 교수님.
Thank you very much, Professor Eckhart, for joining us online from Germany. I think we had a slight buffering issue in towards the end of the presentation, but I think it didn't cause too much of a glitch. So thank you very much for sharing Germany's examples on how to regenerate regenerate areas through strong community participation. So thank you very much for the comments, the presentations. Now we'd like to move straight into the discussions. We have 5 discussants, as was introduced by the MC. I think we can go in the same order as was introduced. I will give each discussant 7 minutes so that we can save some time or set aside some time to take any questions from the floor. So as our first discussant, we have Byung-Hwa from the Grassroots Organization Support Center. She actually translated Professor Yamashita's book, so I'll give you the floor.
Yes, so currently I work at the Grassroots Organization Support Center. So I helped found the center, and at the community level, I actually observe how the central government policies are being applied. And then I do a lot of activities to think of better ways to improve application or the results of the policy efforts. So it is my pleasure for me to join today's discussion, and thank you very much to the organizers for putting this conference together. There isn't too much time, so I wanted to talk about the viewpoint of the localities, the provinces. And so let me share with you some experience from my field work. So we have heard a lot about the local areas at risk of extinction. The fact that we are now paying more interest to the local areas and having, the growing awareness that we have to bring the local areas front and center, I think in itself is an accomplishment, and it's quite positive. But at the community level, as I visit the different villages, extinction of the localities, it's actually become a very big slogan. So actually it's triggered a lot of concerns among the villagers that they might be near extinction. So some villages actually have a good share of young people in their 20s and 30s. And so even those younger villages are concerned. So the older communities with lots of people in their 80s and 90s, of course, will be worried. So in the villages, how long do you think you will live, I ask? A lot of them say maybe up to my 90s. And so I say, oh, then if you're in your 70s now, that means that your village will, persist or continue to last for the next 30 years, I say, just as a way of assurance. Because the words that we use actually often trigger fears among the people living there. Feeling a sense of fear that their communities may become extinct. And so they feel that they have to somehow bring in people from outside. And the people at the local community level are actually intimidated and very anxious. So my first point is that, of course, we are concerned about the fate of the local areas. And so the fact that this issue is drawing renewed interest is positive. But what kind of local area are we talking about? Is it a village or a smaller administrative unit? And then how and why, across what kind of time horizon are we saying that they might go away? I think we have to have more of this type of, calibrated. We have to calibrate the details further instead of just approaching it at the high level as we have done now. So maybe the researchers taking part in today's forum, for example, could take up a lead in that kind of effort to just crystallize what it is we are talking about, what we seek to achieve. And in Korea, there are lots of projects being conducted by different ministries. So there's a lot of issues about siloism or firewalls between ministries. And so there were lots of projects with investment from the central government, but because of the silo, well, rather than the silo effect from the central government, what's happened was that actually there's a lot of silo effect at the local government level and also silo partitioning amongst even the private sector parties. So maybe there are many, many centers supposedly for promotion of rural areas or villages, different names, but there are so many centers, more than one at the various units. So between them, in terms of, project engagement, it's lacking. They're not able to make continued good use of the people. So there's a lack of continuity of the effort as well because of that kind of fragmentation. Not so much at the central level as many people think, but also at the receiving end, the local government. And so there's a lot of disconnect. And then if one project drops through, then there's fear that I will be pushed out. But then the project next to me, done by another center, is actually ongoing and they have a shortage of people. So the silo effect, I think we have to think about the transmission, where it is happening, and the human resource network at the locality, how we can secure continuity or better use or better utilization. I think that is something that we have to consider going forward. So to resolve these issues, I think one possible option would be the issue of depopulation. The fact that total population is going down is an undeniable fact in Korea. So then, strategically, of course, there's a decrease that leads to decrease in total aggregate population. But then if a baby is born now, they become part of the working population 20, 25 years from now. So our national development plan actually has to be adjusted in line with this projected increase or decrease in the working age population. And so I think we have to have this kind of two-track approach. And then also provide more motivation at a nationwide level that it's interesting to really work on this issue at the local level to make it more viable. Okay, so talked about the issue of siloism at the local government level, how we can make it interesting and exciting to do this work. So we'll move on. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Professor Lee Sang-moon from the Department of Urban Planning and Engineering from Hyosung University. He served as the presidents or secretary generals of various NGOs that have supported the local development and regeneration. So the floor is yours, Professor. Yes, I basically feel that the cities and the rural areas are very closely connected. And with that understanding, I conduct various research. The two presenters have shared their experiences from the different countries. So how can we revitalize the regional communities through regeneration? I think the two presentations have led us to think about this particular topic. In the media, we have been hearing many stories about how the local areas, the regions, are literally disappearing. And many experts are also talking about the regional disappearance. I'd like to ask everyone to really think about what it means for this disappearance of the regions. Let's say a small town is disappearing, community activities are becoming non-existent, areas are becoming marginalized, villages, habitats are becoming extinct. So these are the comments that we can find in the media. According to research from the past 3 to 4 years by the Korea Institute of Rural Economics, Agricultural Economics, the report says that the disappearance of the rural areas or the regions is in fact in line with the concerns that scholars have already experienced or expressed some 20 years ago. But if you look at how the rural areas are doing right now, it's actually quite interesting. Yes, we've seen a decline in the population, but not to the extent that the agricultural areas or rural areas have become zero inhabitants. There are actually areas that have seen an increase in their population, and most of the areas are somewhat stagnant. So they haven't shrunk, but they have just maintained their overall population volume. So why is that? How is that possible? What happened? We see many baby boomers returning to the rural areas. Did they lead to this current status? That's a question that we have to think about. And also, again, coming from the same research report from the Korean Institute of Agricultural Economics, we are looking at what is now being dubbed as urban, rural areas plus urban areas kind of combined. This is something that was not the mainstream in the geographic studies in the West or in the United States. In Korea, we are seeing the rural areas kind of being absorbed into a much larger metropolitan urban space. So the traditional idea of discussing the imbalance between the urban and the rural area, it basically started out as seeing that the two areas are very separate, very far apart. But in reality, we are seeing that these urban areas and the rural areas are kind of being meshed up. They are being connected because the metropolitan area has been expanding out. In terms of the population, the demographics, we have those who have been living in the rural areas throughout most of their lives, what we call the long-time dwellers. We also have tourists, short-time visitors, family and friends visiting the local families. We also have NGO people and government officials and local workers. So the demographics of the rural areas are also shifting. So these kind of different layers of population are in fact moving out to the rural areas and forming an economy there. So in the past, we mainly focused on the long-time dwellers, the people who were born in those areas, educated, worked, got married, lived, had children, and got old in that area as the so-called residents. And we expected that those numbers would decline. which was true, but we did not fully account for a new group of people moving into the rural areas: educators, workers, government officials, NGO people, factory workers. So if a new industry, if new businesses, if new jobs are created in the region, in the rural areas, what we thought to be, what we defined it to be, to be distinct, to be vanished, vanquished towns are actually thriving. So how do we account for that kind of change? So the issue of disappearing towns is should not necessarily be seen from just a singular index of how many people do we have left living in that area who used to be there from 30, 40 years ago. Instead, we need to see the towns, see the areas from a renewed perspective, and say if new services are provided, if new industries, if new businesses are planted in that area, then we definitely have people coming to live there. So it's not a matter of do we have a lot of people or a small number of people living in that town. It's a matter of do they have enough infrastructure? Do they have enough business and service being provided in there to the extent that allows people to live a comfortable and peaceful life? Which is related to the idea of how much more do we need to endure this dense, overpopulated, crowded urban life. The baby boomers in Korea, the baby boomers have lived in classrooms or studied in classrooms where students reached about 60 to 70 people in one classroom. Now, why are we saying that those numbers falling to 20 to 30 is abnormal when we all remember how crowded and unpleasant it was to have studied with 60 other friends in a limited-sized classroom? We have this doctrine, we have this fantasy of big is beautiful, fewer is bad. Is that still valid in this time and age? So having fewer people, having less density in areas, in remote areas, should be seen not as a failure, but as a new opportunity. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. Your new perspective, I think, gives us a lot to think about. So depopulation is good.
대학교 교수님이십니다.
Now we'd like to ask Professor Cho Yong-jae to be the discussant.
이른바
So he is a professor at University of Ulsan. Industrial labor market and regional problems affecting Ulsan, the surrounding Rust Belt, has been his area of research for many years. So thank you very much for this conference hosted by the NRC. Thank you to Chris for setting out a special session on this issue. I was very happy to take part in and listen to the speakers. There can be many different types of approaches, but I think the rural units, rather than looking at it at the community level, I think we have to have a more broad view at the more regional level rather than community. So disappearance of the villages, rather than that kind of drastic terminology, I think it's better to talk about imbalances or differences or discrepancy between the regions. I think that's more appropriate. Professor Yamashita talked about the Japanese context, concentration to Tokyo, imbalance and discrepancy versus other regions. But I would say that Korea is actually even more severe. Already, more than 50% of the total national population is concentrated in the Seoul capital region. And we heard about many reasons for drop in infertility, but basically it's for a lack of jobs in the non-capital region, why young people and women are relocating to the capital area to get jobs, to get married, and settle down and raise families. So I've actually heard about how there are many factors, interlinked factors that are leading to this kind of phenomena. But in the southeastern area, the Yeongnam area of Korea, there is an industrial base, but still population is going down. Starting in 2015, after peaking at 1.1 million, every year the population has gone down by about 10,000 per year. So the area has a big base in shipbuilding. And so it has to do with industrial transition, digitalization, and globalization. I think there's a close interlinkage. But these non-capital areas, do we have the high quality, creative human talent that is necessary for the new digital age or not? That is a big issue because the human talent actually refused to move south of the Pangyo city line. This is leading to deterioration of the rural areas and depopulation overall as an inevitable phenomenon. So I would say Korea, if anything, is more severe in terms of the seriousness of the situation than Japan. Recently, I got the chance to visit Jeolla province, which is in the southwest. Where I am, southeast has lots of jobs, but still we're seeing a decrease in population. But in Jeolla province, there's very little industry. There's a very beautiful city of Kohung, and I visited a great camping site there. It's, I don't know what you call it, but there's car camping available. You park your car on the lots. It's very well prepared. It was the weekend, but I was shocked to see that there was not even one car on the huge campsite. This must have been a huge investment for the district. I was amazed that maybe they didn't even do any market survey before, or maybe they were ambitiously trying to attract more people into the area but have failed. I was not able to find any young people living in the areas, mostly the elderly there. And that community, well, of course, with the lack of jobs, I think it is true that it's likely to continue to see deterioration of vitality for sure. So the central government's role, of course, still is important. During the Roh Moo-won administration, nationwide balance became a part of the agenda, but it's actually been reduced to decoration mostly, not really a lot of progress. So it's about addressing the gaps. And certainly it still remains a part of the mandate of the central government, and they have to play a greater role. There is a role of the self-autonomous local governments as well, of course. So they should have some degree of autonomy to find ways, some differentiated way to find a way to reclaim vitality. During the last administration, there was what called mega city initiative. It was about, linking up different non-capital cities together. But unfortunately, after the elections, the local elections, it actually fizzled out. And now we also have to think about uncovering multiple values. So in the Chiri mountain area, there are 5,000 people living there, and many of them have returned from the urban areas. So to build this kind of differentiated community, to somehow reverse the widening gap with the cities, it does remain a challenge for both the central and local government. So these are my comments. I have two simple questions for Professor Yosuke. You talked about certain signs of hope that you have seen, although you said there were some pessimistic elements at the same time. But have you seen any meaningful, statistically meaningful signs that somehow there can be some reversal from this concentration to Tokyo? If you could introduce some signs, if any. And then innovative self-autonomous governance. I understand at one point this was an important theme in Japan. So this type of innovative self-autonomous community, is it still relevant? Is that kind of effort still ongoing in Japan? I'd like to ask these two questions. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다. 또 두 가지 질문까지 우리
Yes, thank you for asking also two questions to Professor Yamashita. I believe he will be able to answer them towards the end. Next discussant is Dr. Cha Mi-suk, a senior research fellow from the National Territorial and Regional Research Division from the Korea Research Institute for Human Settlements. She has been the leader for the Balanced Development 3.0 project from the government. Yes, thank you very much for that introduction. Last year, I participated in a project by the Ministry of Home Affairs, Domestic Affairs, and we looked into the issue of the rural dissolvement or disappearance. In 2015, I thought to myself, looking at the demographic statistics, what would the areas look like if the population declined? Because back in 2015, the decline rate was not that severe. So I went over to Japan to see how it was actually like to have a decreasing population. So I spent there 6 months, and then I got back to Incheon Airport. And I finally felt I could breathe. One, because I was back home, but second, but mostly because of the bustling dynamism that I saw again in Korea, which I just did not see in Japan. I mean, I stayed in the Hiroshima area, and Hiroshima is by no means a quiet rural area. It's a huge city. Still, the level of activity was very low, very slow, and I was one of the youngest people anywhere I go. So that was back in 2015. And now in Korea, we're talking about the decline of population at a much faster rate and much serious rate. So I don't want to say that the rural areas or the regional areas are disappearing, because it sounds too threatening, too, grim. But last year, the government actually launched a project for the study of rural disappearance. And participating in that project, I had the chance to, study literature, talk with many experts, go and give talks, listen to talks, and gained a better understanding of what the situation really is in Korea. There's one thing that I really want to share in terms of, in connection to the rural disappearance. Most people say that the rural areas will disappear because the population will decline. There was another Japanese author at the time, back in 2015, who had a book out saying that the rural areas will decline or disappear not because the population decreases, but because of the central government's misled policy for providing subsidies for the local governments. That is actually going to lead to the disappearance of the rural districts. Population decrease would be one of the cause, but the loss of the uniqueness or the independence of the rural areas is actually going to cause the disappearance of the rural areas. That was the title of the book and the main summary of the book that I saw in the Japanese bookstores back in 2015. And I remember how shocked I was to see that analysis. So having said that, I would like to say that we need to be aware of that as well. In Korea too, if we begin to rely too much on the central government from the rural governments to survive, it could actually lead to a faster decline on their part, because like the Japanese author said, the rural areas can lose their independence, lose their unique qualities. Last month, I visited Ulleungdo, which is the far eastern island out of in the eastern seas. And they have one nursery. And the director there said, when young couples think about moving to the Ulleungdo Island area, the first thing they ask is, are there schools? Are there schools? Should I have children? Are there nurseries? Should I have children? And we all know that the schools are closing down because the rural areas don't have any young children. And the central government is actually leading or ordering the schools to close down because they don't match a certain size to be economically viable. And I believe that in turn leads to more people not being able to seek any opportunities in the rural areas. So I've listened to Professor Yamashita's discussions with a lot of thoughts in my head. And as for the presentations by Professor Eckhart, I wanted to add that I had my share of pleasant surprises. As I visited the rural areas or the towns, regional towns in Korea recently, a lot of the rural cities are actually planning culture-based projects to revitalize their areas. And I have been, going there to study the area, to participate in as a judge for various competitions. And I see that the regional governments are actually trying very hard to use culture, to use those cultural activities as a means to draw in more young generations. So I think we are in areas moving in a good direction.
최지연 본부장님.
Okay, the last discussant is Dr. Jiyeon Choi from the Marine Policy Research Department of the Korean Maritime Institute. So she's an expert in maritime villages. So she has a special appreciation and love for the seas. So please be sure to leave a little bit of time at the end so that we can actually use it to open up to the floor. So thank you very much for inviting me to this meaningful conference, and I appreciated both presentations by the speakers. When I have to speak at the very end, I'm always, thinking about what I should talk about, because usually everything I wanted to say is already covered. But I think, fortunately, some things were not covered, and so let me share some views. So, as I was preparing for today, I just thought back to my childhood. What kind of area did I grow up in? Actually, I lived in the Seoul area, but in the peripheries. The village, the neighborhood, the alleyways actually was my universe, my world. So thinking back, I am thinking that actually represents my roots. The area itself, although it was a very limited space, it was still my everything, my roots. And space or regions as a root. So as I joined Reboot Korea on that basis, Reboot Korea. I was thinking maybe finding roots Korea, that there was somehow a link up between the two. So I enrolled in university and attended during the 1990s. So what city would be best for me to realize my dreams was something I was thinking about. And then what caught my eye was a city that you want to walk in. So walkable city. Because when I was young, the village that I grew up in is now gone. Now we have a very, synthetic, very compact, artificial city landscape that we are forced to live in. So do we have to continue to live in this type of society and space? During a phase of advanced growth, thinking back to where my roots come from, actually, I came full circle, and I found myself thinking about that. Regarding maritime villages, fishing areas, coastal areas, I did a lot of those types of marine spatial research, especially in the southeast area. I found that the coastal cities, well, Kunsan, Mokpo, Yeosu, Geoje, Tongyang, Sokcho, Gangneung, these are the more well-known coastal cities, and Gangneung. So they actually account for about 30% of our population and economy. For the most part, they are industrial cities. And then in the coastal areas, 70% of them have some kind of industrial facilities, and 99% have energy facilities. So they may be used as the reclamation sites, and they have a lot of these industrial facilities set up. People who used to live there, actually many leave amidst that kind of transition, as there was quantitative and qualitative change in the areas. So did they leave because they wanted to? I don't think so. I think it was just one-sided act, predatory even on the part of the government, that pushed them out. I think during that period of very fast economic growth, I think under this kind of predatory capitalism, we were seeking the happiness for the mass at the sacrifice of a few. And it had the result of pushing people out. So what should be done? Of course, balanced growth is good. Increasing the population is good. But I think we have to have a point of view of healing and recovery as we look at the rural areas. So how can we heal ourselves? How can we recover our self-resilience? I think we have to look at the concept of local development from that kind of point of view. So then what should we do in actuality? I do policy research myself, but the biggest void is in terms of time. So policy. So we always say it starts and ends from what point to what point. But we have to think about the waiting period, because time and space are, interlinked. And both, spatial and temporal policies have to go hand in hand together. But sometimes we don't wait. We're just very, we're always impatient, waiting for the space-related policies to deliver results right away. There has to be some time. And from the perspective of predatory capitalism, I think we have already made the transition to more inclusive capitalism in terms of social justice, fairness. It's about economic wealth that was concentrated on creating value add, but now it's about redistribution of wealth. The coastal areas in particular are actually shared assets, something that we have to safeguard together to pass down to the future generation. So if you look at it from a very productive view, the vicious cycle is likely to continue. So it's about redistribution, how to share and allocate, and that has to be a greater focus. So I did prepare to talk a lot about other things as well, but I don't have enough time. In my research of the coastal maritime areas, there was a lot of meaning that I garnered, but most meaningful, I think this year, There was a youth, island youth business initiative. So it's about young people starting up business using those types of coastal assets. So I think it was 8 weeks or 10 weeks, but the youth would get together every week to share their experiences in terms of running and starting up a business and talk about the different limitations. And a sharing platform was put together. So it's not just about setting up business in that region, but it was about how to nurture the people in their locality, how to get them to settle down and put down roots. It's not something that you can force on anybody, but it's something that has to be put in place by like-minded people who are sharing, and then that can lead to more, organic feedback loop. And so I think they are talking about how to expand that platform further and build on it in the future. But I think that was a good initiative. And so for the two professors, I actually did have some questions that I had in mind. My first for Professor Yamashita. We always talk about regional development from the point of depopulation. But I think maybe is that the most relevant? I would like to ask. And for Dr. Frank?
How do we, we can plan for the citizens community to work with regeneration, but for that to actually make sense on site, it's another challenge. So what was the most difficult part when working with the citizens on site? So I would like to hear more of your experiences on that aspect. So with that, I'd like to end my my discussion. Thank you. Thank you very much. The youth business model that you introduced, it sounds quite exciting. We don't have that much time, but I think we can have maybe take like 1 or 2 questions from the floor. I see 2 hands up. I will give the mic to the 2 who have raised their hands. Yes. Yes, thank you very much. My name is Kim Jong-young. I'm with the Korea Urban Regeneration Institute. I had high expectations for the discussions today, and maybe I've been to too many symposiums or conferences like this, but I've just heard basically the same story that I heard in other symposiums and conferences. Maybe it's because we weren't given enough time to really, go into in-depth discussions. My institution studies how we can do regeneration in the urban areas. Professor Eckhart mentioned that the cities or areas need to be self-sufficient. Instead of the trickle-down effect that we talked about in the past, we really need to build everything to be self-sufficient. That, I think, is the key for regenerating the rural areas. In terms of the cities disappearing, the regional cities disappearing, I think the most important element in trying to maintain or keep those regional cities alive, I think we need to go back to the very basics. As human beings, we want to maintain our species. So I think that's the level of honesty that we need to have when it comes to supporting the regional developments. I have a question for Professor Eckhart. We heard about the presentations in the cases of Korea and also in the case of Japan. In the rural areas, population is decreasing and rural cities are disappearing. So that's the main story that we have been sharing today. From your perspective, from Germany's perspective, how do you feel about this? What is your initial reaction to that kind of situation? And also, you talked about having strong citizens who can lead or push for the regeneration projects in the rural areas. Are those strong citizens people who used to live there for many years, who have been born there, raised there, educated there, and so forth? Or can we think of people, for example, who have immigrated from other countries? Can they also be strong citizens? So how would you define, or how would you characterize the strong citizens that you mentioned in your presentation? So in the 4 cases that you have shared with us, were those projects led by people who have been living in those areas all their life, for example? Or was it led by a new group of people having come to live in those areas, like the immigrants? Thank you very much. We have questions posed to the 2 speakers, not easy questions. So I'd like to give the 2 presenters some time to respond to those questions. And not yet, sorry. Yes. So I'm going to ask Professor Yamashita to join us also for the dinner afterwards. Again, Professor Eckhart, now the floor is yours.
Sorry. Yes, thank you very much for the 2 questions. I must admit that I feel a little bit in difficulty to respond to the question on what I see or hear from Korea and Japan regarding the countryside. It sounds familiar to me with regard to some of our countrysides in Germany, which are undergoing the same developments in terms of losing inhabitants and demographic. So it seems similar, but probably it is for Germany not the most important issue. I would rather think the deindustrialization is a more challenging issue. Now, regarding the second question about the strong citizens, yes, there are a lot of people who are born there who engage themselves because they want to take care of their city and they stay. They do not want to accept that cities are going down, and they want to mobilize their networks, and this is very important. So strong citizens have good contacts to others and have strong networks. Migrants are doing the same. So some of the citizens are from migrant backgrounds. They bring in their cultural and social capital. So that's why we have both. We have citizens who are born there, are very active because they take care of their own neighborhood. And then we have newcomers, migrants, who bring in new ideas, new initiatives, new people, new resources. And so in practice, we can see both. Thank you for your questions.
예, 감사합니다. 자, 그럼 우리
Yes, thank you very much. Professor Yamashita, maybe very briefly, just for 5 minutes. And then we have some time remaining during a later session over dinner as well, so you can use more time then. Yes, so I will just touch upon the questions that I feel I have to answer. So the role of the innovative, self-autonomous communities. So my sense is, rather than what it's called, is it an innovative, self-autonomous community or not, I think the heads of the local municipalities, I think their power is actually quite significant. A lot of the units were merged back in 2005. And then those people of authority actually lost their power. The innovative self-autonomous unit, well, actually in the bigger areas, a lot of people tended to be more conservative. And so in a broad sense, there wasn't really too much care to accommodate the more, innovative people. But then sometimes when a good mayor actually was elected into office, there would be a virtuous cycle of innovation leading to good policies, and then in turn, good policies led to the election of more innovative leadership. But then it varied by municipality. Sometimes there would be a good person in leadership. Sometimes they lost. In some of these very strong municipalities, the smaller units were merged together and became bigger units. But there was variance. And the concept of strong citizenship was mentioned. So the heads of the municipal units, were they strong or not? And were the citizens strong or not? Now, regarding whether rural areas will disappear or not, so as long as infrastructure remains, I think basically the villages will remain. That's the view of the academics studying the issue of over depopulation. But then if infrastructure disappears, they will no longer be livable. So whether they may disappear or not, I think it hinges in large part about the policies that support the infrastructure. But again, as long as infrastructure remains, I don't think they will disappear. Sometime 2007, there was one community that did disappear, but there were activities to leave the roads, the homes, and the farming fields available. And 3 or 4 young people actually returned. And so that community was revived. So again, this shows that if you leave the infrastructure there, it actually can change the destiny of that region. Okay, thank you very much. I wish we had more time because the 2 speakers and also panelists, if only we could give you more time, it would have been great, but I apologize for not being able to do so. And also apologies to the audience for not enough time for your questions. But we do have a joint discussion session waiting for us, so we will conclude this session on that note. Thank you very much. So we will conclude session 4 on the policy direction of balanced development strategies of Germany and Japan. Thank you very much to President Kang of KRIS and all our presenters at this discussion. Thank you very much.
곧이어 5시 30분에
We're going to take a short break for about 15 minutes. We will resume at 5:30. So it's actually a 10-minute break, and we will resume for the roundtable discussions.
네, 잠시 사진 촬영이 있을 예정이니까요. 참석하신 분들께서는 무대 앞으로 나와주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 경제인문사회연구회가 주최하고 KDI 국제정책대학원이 주관하는 리부트 코리아 2022의 마지막 시간 라운드 테이블이 곧 이어질 예정입니다. 5시 30분부터 라운드 테이블이 이어질 예정입니다. 참석하신 여러분께서는 자리에 착석해 주시길 바랍니다. 네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 오후 5시 30분부터 마지막 세션 라운드 테이블이 진행될 예정입니다. 행사장 안으로 입장하셔서 자리에 착석해 주시길 바랍니다. 네, 잠시 후 라운드 테이블이 진행될 예정입니다. 참석하신 분들께서는 자리에 착석해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 오늘의 마지막 세션입니다. 바로 이어서
Yes, this is the final session, the roundtable discussion. Dr. Yoo Jong-il from the KDI School of Public Policy and Management will serve as the moderator. Allow me to introduce you to the panelists. We have Professor M. J. Moon, the Underwood Distinguished Professor from the Department of Public Policy and Management at Yonsei University. We have President Kwon Ho-yeol from the Korea Information Society Development Institute. We have President Kim Jae-jin from the Korea Institute for Public Finance. And Professor Han Jun from the Sociology Department at Yonsei University. And President Won Seok-yeon from the Korea Association for Public Administration, also professor at Ewha Women's University. So Dr. Yu, please. Yes, I think I can take my mask off now. Thank you very much for staying with us till the very end. The graduate school at KDI, Graduate School of Public Policy and Management, have put together today's conference, Reboot Korea 2022. We confess that we weren't able to put in as much time as we wanted to, but we are delighted, however, with the outcome, thanks to the active participation of our speakers, discussants. We just celebrated our 25th anniversary 2 days ago, so we had a lot of events for the past few weeks, and I was informed that I would be serving as a moderator for this roundtable discussion just 2 days ago. So I don't have anything prepared on my part other than to allow our discussants to use as much time as they possibly can, also on a fairly equal sharing kind of environment, so that we can all take turns and share each other's views on how Korea can restart or jump ahead once more amid this rather challenging times. So we'll start off by going around the first round of comments. And then I will go around maybe asking some follow-up questions. But we will try to keep each person to spend about 10 minutes throughout the 1-hour discussion. So you may split it up in 2 or 3 comments if you would like. So in order to save time, we won't go over your bios once again, and we'll go straight ahead with Professor Moon.
Yes, very nice to meet you. So, I think I was kindly introduced as the Underwood Distinguished Professor. So it means I received special education under the tree. Just a joke. So I am very happy to attend Reboot Korea 2022. We're talking about this very broad theme. And I noticed that starting from the morning, there were many important issues that were addressed. So some I listened to online and others on site after coming. So I would think that the word reboot, it assumes that you're shutting down the system before starting it up again. So I don't think we're meaning to shut down the entire Korean system, but in Korea, I think an era of crisis and conversion, Korea getting ready to make a new leap. I think that was a full Korean title for today's conference. So the crisis that we have already experienced and the crisis that we may face going forward may be out of the extraordinary. And so I think that's why the organizers actually set on a very impactful title for the conference and also for the sessions as well. So what has happened, what may happen, and the issues that we have at hand, it's really not about a complete reboot. Some things we have to continue to work on. For others, we have to incorporate some kind of a big change. So defining the right line, if you will, is very key. Now, the government is actually doing a lot of innovative related projects. About 80% are ongoing initiatives, 20% are new projects mostly. So I think a lot of the issues that we are talking about today is based on that kind of common background as well. So I see that the booklet for today is very thick. We discuss US, China, hegemony, technology, strategic frontier technology. And then in the morning, we heard about the zero-sum game, one or the other, zero or nothing, during the keynote, I think. I was listening to the translation, and they used the word bang for zero, but North Korea, unprecedented sources of crisis, household loans, inflationary pressure, climate, balanced development, revitalization of the rural economy. That part I was not able to hear. We heard about public health, natural disasters, crime in the next room. But these issues actually you can categorize them into those that require a preemptive preparation ahead of the fact. Others will require a response after the fact. But at the World Economic Forum in 2022, there was a global risk report that was discussed, and I found that the themes outlined there actually are very consistent with today's themes as well. So it provided an outlook of the crises that were expected to occur over the next 3 years. 90% of the respondents that were surveyed said that things may go down. Only 10% were optimistic. So social risks, technology-related, environmental risk, economic risk. There were various sources of risk that were assessed. And the natural disaster-related risk, climate-related risk were near the top. And then afterwards, social risk, issues of social cohesion, which was discussed in another session. Many people were thinking that that would become very severe. Cost of living crisis, infectious disease, because the pandemic is still ongoing. Issue of resource allocation, government debt. So the risks were, outlined in that order in the survey. So here we are facing our specific set of domestic risks, which are very tightly correlated with risks at a more global level. And as we experience COVID-19, when you consider which of the risk factors are becoming more severe, it seems that social risk is actually deteriorating the fastest, and it is becoming the biggest problem. So there are many issues that call for immediate response from the government. So the known risks, have we been responding to them well? So although many of the risks were already known, I think the correct answer is that no, we were not able to address them correctly. And so why? It could be due to allocation of resources or the political cycle. So sometimes we already know, but many of the solutions were deferred and put off. I was once reading a book, and there was an analogy. The party goes on until the lights go off. So unless it's a full-out crisis, through public discourse, the problem will not be fully resolved until the lights are fully out. So we're talking about elections, political issues, everything blended together have to be resolved. So that is one reason why we face a very big challenge. And we're living in an era of transition. Transformation or transition are the most often used words. When we talk about transformation, the most frequently used analogy is how a larva turns into a full butterfly. So from an egg to a larvae to a butterfly. So when it transitions from a larvae to the butterfly, so it leaves only one thing behind. It's called an imaginal disc. So with the exception of that disc, everything else disappears when the larvae turns into a butterfly. So what will be that one remaining thing that we continue to retain and we have to carry on? So I will leave that as homework for Dr. Kwon as I pass my mic to him. And for your information, yes, you saved us 2 minutes because you only used 8.
권오열 원장님.
네,
Yes, I'm Kwon Ho-yeol from the Korea Information Society Development Institute. I put together some slides, so I'd like to share them with you.
제가 말씀드릴 내용은 데이터 플랫폼 리부트.
I'd like to say a few words about the data platform reboot for strong GVC. The global value chain is a must for Korea because we have very small land and we have limited sales routes. So we need to bring in the raw materials, make excellent products, and sell it out into the global markets. Recently, the global distribution of labor has become the norm, and the GVC has become yet another norm. Now, in recent years, the GVC is a challenge because of conflict, because of war, because of the pandemic, but I believe this can also be another opportunity for Korea. We had many presenters and discussants share their views on the changes in the GVC. Many have mentioned that it needs to go for high value added. It needs to become more high value added. The digital platform industry is another key area where the government is really focusing on. And reboot, as was mentioned earlier on, is a computer terminology. So you're using the system and something is not working and you just press the reset button and you reboot the whole system, which basically resolves all of the errors or complications that you've been experiencing, so you have a clean slate to work with. If you reboot the Apple Macintosh system, you can turn that into a different OS system, a completely different OS system. And also, according to the Cambridge Dictionary, reboot refers to a way of doing the same thing, but in a more exciting and interesting new way. So, altogether, I think it's a very good term to apply to the Korean situation. So how can we reboot Korea? Dr. Han, in his presentation, showed these slides and showing how the global value chain is becoming more of a network. So comparing 2007 and 2019, you have very small China, but in 2019, it has grown exponentially. Korea also shows a very fortified network surrounding itself in comparing the 2007 situation and the 2019 situation. Another chart I would like to share with you, in year 2000, the world is divided into two poles. You have Germany and the United States, with Japan playing somewhat important role. China is fairly small. But as China joins the WTO, imports and exports grow exponentially, and as of 2021, you see the map has changed. With the United States, with $21 trillion, is being tracked by China in second place with $17 trillion. Compared to 2000, Korea has also increased its size of network in about 17, 18 years' time. Another change we see is the growth of the platform economy. If you pick 10 largest companies in the world, 9 fall in the category of what we call the big tech. And one exception would be Aramco. So Amazon, Facebook, Apple, Google, they're all big tech companies. So as of end of last year, Apple has a market cap of $3 trillion. That amounts to the national GDP of India, which has 1.3 billion population. So you can see how big Apple is as a company. So again, the platform economy is the next ocean. Artificial intelligence and data platform is somewhat different. Artificial intelligence is nothing if you don't have data. So again, data remains the most important element. And data will be the new fuel for all kinds of business activities in the future. So data platform and the global value chain go hand in hand. And this slide shows you the size of the network linking the different continents and different countries, which enable the GVC to be possible. You see around the Korean peninsula, these are not lines. They have almost become, flat colored blocks, showing the enormous size of data being transported from one place to the other. So we need to definitely make good use of such data. And this data travels across borders, and thus it's very complicated. Policies and regulations are very complex. So largely, you have the competition industry, and the data industry will eventually be led by one or two major players. It will inevitably be a monopoly, or at least an oligopoly. So how are we going to tax these companies or businesses with so many transactions taking place? So how are we going to tax it? It's going to be a big challenge. We're going to need new policies to deal with the trading of data. So the GVC is under some challenges, but I think we need to go a step beyond just recovering the GVC. We need to reboot this GVC altogether with digital technology. So as of last year, Samsung, a huge player in the mobile telephone business, has a sales margin of about 13%. And in the same time period, Apple had a sales margin of a profit margin of 30%. So Apple is actually doing even better, two or three times better than Samsung. So where does that gap come from? Where is that profit coming from? Apple has the data that they can use to make their business even more effective and even more profitable. The data also collected through their devices by the users are giving Apple new business opportunities. So that's where Apple holds a strong advantage. Based on the AI and data business, Korea needs to swiftly shift to an even stronger data platform economy. We need to maintain good political alliance with the United States and also maintain good economic alliance or economic relationship with China. If China faces difficulties, that will directly impact the Korean economy because we are heavily linked to the Chinese economy. And if the United States and China are going to fight over power, then countries like Korea will definitely be faced with some difficult choices. So in that situation, we need to build a stronger alliance with countries that are in somewhat similar situation like us. So European Union countries can be a case in point. So we need to work together to navigate the challenges and also to build better social governance. So with that, I wanted to share my views. Thank you. Thank you very much.
아주 멋진 presentation 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you for the great comments. Unfortunately, you have used up all of your 10 minutes. Sorry about that. Next, from the Korea Institute of Public Finance, President Jae-jin Kim. Yes, I'm from the KIPF. My name is Jae-jin Kim. So the topic of our international conference is Reboot Korea 2022. So I was sitting, listening to the conference. I was thinking about why the topic was defined as such, and I was wondering what it was called before. From 1950 to 1953, of course, we had the Korean War. And when the war ended, how poor were we? Per capita income was $67 on average. So think about it, $67. You had to live a full year on $67. So we were really desperately poor. I was born a few years after the end of the war, and we were very poor. A lot of my friends actually could not afford to bring packed lunch to school. Now we have seen very rapid economic growth. We're now one of the top 10 largest economies in the world. In 2011, Korea, we achieved trade volume of $1 trillion. It's a very stunning economic growth was achieved from UNCTAD. So we were moved from the developing country group to advanced group of economies, from Group A to Group B. And I understand it was the first time in their 57-year history that an economy was ever changed in terms of the category like that. We're a member of the 30-50 Club, and a lot of the other developing countries are looking to learn from us. But if you look at the reality that we are currently facing, of course, there are lots of concerns and things that we're worrying about. So there are many issues across society. And as many have pointed out, our external environment is also negative, also great uncertainty in terms of our internal environment as well. So how to break through and address the situation is at question. I looked at some statistics this morning. So 55% of the Korean population, 27.47 million, have already been confirmed to have COVID. And we have about 30,000 deaths from COVID. And there's a saying in Korea, so why don't you rest while you are down? So I think that deserves some thought and rethinking. Trade volume, on the export and import side is shaking. There's bipolarization of economy, mounting household debt that's becoming severe. So I was thinking, Reboot Korea. So I used this word for the first time when I was using my computer. So if there's a problem, you push that button and reboot your computer and start all over again. But the problem is that it actually is repetitive a lot of the times. It doesn't just happen once. Because often, you reboot by pushing that button and you think the problem is solved, but it's actually just temporary. And often, many times for me, in my experience, the fundamental problem actually still remains unresolved. So why is that? Is it just because something went wrong during operation of the program? Is it because of a lack of memory? Is it because of the software or hardware? Is something wrong with Windows? Or maybe the entire system, the configuration is at fault? I don't know, but sometimes you don't need to reboot, but sometimes you have to, or it might be wiser to just buy a new computer. And maybe you have to change a part or renew your software and download Windows all over again, or many times you will see a repeat of the same situation. So implicitly, I think our current situation of current society and economy, I think we're acknowledging that there are many problems. That's actually incorporated into the theme, the topic of our conference. So I think this means that we really have to think and reflect on the fundamentals. We have to go back to that as a starting point, or otherwise, I don't think we can really escape from this problem. I don't think we can hand down a better future to our future generation. So the last thing is, then what is the role of the Korean government? So, of course, at a national level, this is a very challenging time as well. Korea, with COVID, there were 6 rounds of supplementary budgeting, and there are many fiscal programs, and so national debt has increased, and it's increasing very quickly. In terms of the pace of debt growth, our rate of growth of indebtedness is much faster than the advanced countries. If you look at last year's IMF fiscal monitor, our debt to GDP ratio is forecast to be 67% soon. By 2050, it is expected to be even higher. But there is growing need for fiscal spending, but not enough resources. And so the government, of course, wants to reduce debt while there is great need for more fiscal spending. So there has to be retrenchment or somehow increasing taxes to build out the revenue base. But that's also difficult. With COVID, there's bipolarization. Many people in business for themselves had to close down their business. They don't have money, and with inflation, people have limited disposable income as well. Many people got lots of debt to invest in the stock markets and in real estate, but then prices have dropped. So how can you increase taxes? You can't. So the issue of decreasing government debt, it cannot be done by tax increase. And it's hard to expect continued increase in fiscal spending, although there is continued need. So it's not just a dilemma, it's a trilemma. This is no time to engage in political infighting. We really need to apply the concept of reboot. But then I think we need to actually be even more fundamental, really reflect at a more underlying fundamental level and really start all over again. And if we do not do that, I don't foresee a bright future for ourselves. Thank you very much. You use 7 minutes, 30 seconds.
I'm going to I plan to minimize myself from taking up the time, but since you mentioned repetitive, recurring problems or crisis that continues, is that something that we're not able to solve? Not because we don't know how to solve it, but because we aren't able to, because we're faced with more tricky issues, like in the political context or psychological context and so forth. So that was the view from Professor Moon at the very beginning. President Kim Jae-in, however, have mentioned that, still we need to really take restock and really go one step further in finding the root cause or the real in-depth reason behind the why we're not being able to correct ourselves. So we'll get back to that. Professor Han? Yes, I'm a sociology major, so I'd like to approach from a more sociological perspective. Professor Moon, as the very first discussant, started off the discussion saying that this is more social issues. And I could not agree more. If you look at the different statistics, yes, we do face a lot of challenges in terms of social cohesion and so forth. Economically, we have continued to grow. I mean, the figures of growth rates have been up and down, but we have been steadily growing. In other areas, however, we were not always, developing. We were not always progressing. The quality of life is also being degraded. The BLI index has been declining. The World Happiness Vote. In the World Happiness Vote, we are, continuously being pulled lower. So inequality also has not made enough improvements, although we tried to, solve that problem as much as we could. We still have a social injustice at every corner of our life. So why? Why has this been the case? I don't think it's because we have experienced the sudden crisis, be it COVID, for example. I think there are two different views. One is caused by external factors. The other view say that it's caused by internal factors. Those who lean to the external factors blame the new liberalism having cast a very dark shadow over our lives. I mean, timeline-wise, it makes sense. Since the mid-90s, we have seen income equality widen. That's when globalization really kicked in. And then there are those who say the situation is caused by more internal factors. And I think this needs a bit more of an explanation. The compressed modernity, which is a term presented by Professor Moon, not the one we have here today, but the other Moon, has referred to this phenomenon that while it was good that the Korean society really moved fast in terms of economic development, we focused more on economic development and neglected other areas, or at least did not support other areas to the extent of the support that we gave to the economic sector. So that comes from Professor Moon Myung-jip. I would say that the two analyses saying that the external factors have led to the current situation or the internal factors have led to the current situation, I think both make sense. So if we look at the individual sufferings and also from the societal level, I would say we have some challenges, issues related to reproduction, not just in the sense of low birth rates, but when I say reproduction, I mean the overall issue of bringing in newcomers to a certain group, a certain society, a certain community. And the other issue that I would like to point out is the issue of governance. And then the third and last point I would say is that our society has met with the situation of lack of motivation. Now this, I think, is a very, very serious situation that we face here in Korea. And I'm sad to report that our neighbor Japan is also suffering from the same illness, if I may say so. So how do we overcome, or how do we resolve this? Societal issues, I believe, takes much longer to resolve compared to solving, let's say, economic problems. So it's not easy for me to say or present a very clear-cut answer. But I do also believe, as a social scientist, that the difficulties that we face, the challenges that we face, could in fact become a new source of opportunity. We've already experienced this. What we Koreans saw as a challenge has in fact allowed us to move ahead, advance, compared to other players. There are also situations where we are actually better compared to other nations or other cultures. For example, we are a country that has been very successful in achieving what we can now call a hybrid. In terms of culture, in terms of economics, we were good with being a hybrid entity. And I think that kind of nature can help us move in the right direction with the challenges that we face right now. About 2 years ago, Professor Putnam, I think it was one of his last publications, Upswing, was published. And in the book, he talks about how the United States have worked very hard to resolve the polarization for about a century, and then have more recently gone back to its original status. So I'm not a player of golf, but basically it refers to a motion in golf. So you go down and then you swing upwards. I think Korea faced a similar situation in early 2000s. I believe Korea has not yet reached rock bottom, and we need to have our own upswing. So from the political side, from the ideology side, we need to really bring on a completely different paradigm. Maybe joining hands from the two different political sides, from the two different ideological sides. We have been talking about the social capital being depleted. Now, this was before COVID-19. And now, in this very challenging times, I think we should really, put our heads together and review all of this and come up with a very revised plan. Thank you very much. You used up 9 minutes.
So actually, regarding the Reboot Korea conference, so economic difficulties and economic crisis, challenges, of course, were emphasized. And rebooting is about how to discover a renewed vitality and create value. I think there were some people who spoke mostly along those lines, and then Professor Moon and Professor Han. Now they're specialized more towards sociology and social studies, so they pointed out more on the severity of social-related risks and how we could recover, how we need to recover social cohesion and recover a sense of community where everybody is living together. And so I think that is where they find meaning in terms of the title, Reboot. Compressed modernity. We heard how we were rushing for economic growth, and as a consequence, lots of problems emerged. So as we talk about just the topic of reboot, I felt like there was a tension or there were opposite views from many people at different ends of the spectrum. So very good. Now we're going to hear from President Won Soo-kyun of the Korean Association for Public Administration. Yes, thank you very much. I think many good comments were already made, so that weighs on me. And I know the clock is ticking. And I think the dean will enforce a tight time limit. So let me start. Usually I tend to speak really fast if there's a time limit though. Reboot Korea, I think it's a very good topic. It's really nice. It's something that we needed from the morning to now. We talked about economic security, rationalization of regulations, how we can turn critical technologies into opportunity, social cohesion, safety in the society of the future, all important themes, because how we address these pressing issues will determine our future. I think nobody will deny. But I just wanted to mention one thing that I don't know if it was the third session, we're talking about the balanced development where everyone can live well. Well, it sounds good enough, but it sounds very empty at the same time as well. I just wanted to talk about the issue of imbalance. As you know, the issue of imbalance, as Professor Han mentioned, is manifested in many ways, but I think regional issues are the biggest imbalance that really goes against the concept of justice in terms of space and also in terms of institution. So you're entitled to live a good life regardless of where you are born. But now where you are born actually dictates your past, present, and future, and even the past, present, and future of your children. So how much longer are we going to stand by doing nothing? I was born and raised in Seoul, and I'm living here at the age of 60 now. But the more I look at the statistics, I mean, the more worried I get. So at a micro level, everything sounds very rational. We're making the most rational of choices, but at a collective level, we're really approaching catastrophic levels. It's not just because of a decrease in population, but that's in a macro perspective. We have to really face the inconvenient truth more. The youth are, flowing endlessly into the capital region. We have to think about that, and without that kind of fundamental thought, rhetoric about, balanced development where everybody can enjoy living, it just rings very empty. So why is it that people are flocking to the capital region? For known reasons, because of overwhelming supply of jobs and also education, because both move together as they come from the same roots. So the top 100 listed companies, 80% are located in Seoul and the surrounding Gyeonggi capital area. So of course, people are going to make the rational choice to come to live in the capital to find a job. GRDP, big difference. The capital area population from the 1970s has grown by 148% or 150%, whereas the non-capital region has only grown by 10%. So how much longer are we going to leave this problem untouched and still just talk about rebooting Korea? So I just want to highlight three things. If I had more time, I would talk more, but just because of the limited time, I would just limit myself to 3. First, we have to really confront the inconvenient truth. We have to have courage to face things as they are. The government, of course, has to take the leadership. The local transfer tax, the local development transfer, no matter how much the transfers may be, as Professor Kim said, finding the taxable base and jobless growth is very difficult. So low growth, there's only so much you can pump money into spearheading growth. So 1 trillion won per year. So this was allocated to be used for 10 years to prevent extinction of the local areas. Will it be enough? Will it be effective? Or without an exit plan in place? Are we just, putting it on life support and giving it oxygen? Is that enough? And will that be enough to get the students to stay at the local regional universities and put down roots? Companies seek low risk, high returns. That's what will motivate them to move. But if we block their relocation to the capital area, then will they naturally move over to the non-capital region, really? So we really have to take a more fundamental and honest view of these problems and confront the issues as they are. And unless we tackle them at a policy level, I apologize, but I don't think achieving balanced growth where it's good to live for everybody, I don't think that will ring true, and it will be difficult to reboot Korea in the true sense. So then how much accountability should the local governments have? How much have they been responsible for? I think it calls for self-reflection. Up to now, the local government has been incentivized to get a lot of subsidies and grants from the central government to build a great government complex and office, to get reelected and reelected again to office. It's not everybody. I think to a large extent that was a bigger point of interest. How much effort have they paid to expand their tax base? Amazon, when they were choosing the city to move their second headquarter office to, all the cities were so competitive trying to attract them to their city. So the local governments in Korea, how active and how much legwork did they do to really attract businesses to come and move over? But of course, you can't shift all the blame to the local governments only. In terms of local autonomous governance, the incentives are geared toward cherry picking. So if you work hard, the conditions are not conducive for them to work hard in the first place. There are too many regulations. And even if you do work hard, how much property tax revenue, for example, can they attract? The issue of corporate income tax, the split between central government and local government tax, for example. There are these types of impediments. Of course, it's easy to say, why go just to the capital area? Come to us. It's easy to say they want more tax transfers and revenue from the government. So the condition actually is conducive to triggering that kind of vicious cycle. And because of the impediments, it's really hard for the local programs to achieve their goals. I think Professor Kim and Han also mentioned this. The issue of politics or over-politicization, we have to really move beyond politics. It's necessary, and of course politics is important. But among the political circles, how seriously and how much genuine thought have they really given to the issue of the local regions? We really have to remove ourselves from the political grammar or political language. If we continue as is, so maybe it will help them be reelected. It may help fulfill their sense of political utility, but that's all. So there should be no political lines and no ideology is needed when we're talking about balanced growth. But people are immersed in this kind of political divide and logic. There's a lot of rosy rhetoric. I think more so than in any other theme, there is more over-politicization and more rhetoric for, balanced regional growth than anything else. There's a lot of debate over the budget, a lot of small, earmark budgets going back and forth, but largely it's mostly talk about regional balance, not enough action. I wish there can be some change. I wish I had more time to speak, but I do understand the concern of our moderator, Dr. Yu, so I will just end by saying there's no more time. We have to be courageous and really confront the truth, the inconvenient truth. We have to renew an incentive system to really allow the local governments to do their work. It can involve revamping the taxation system, for example. Third, we really have to be free from politics or discuss it really in a true, genuine political context, or otherwise, I apologize, but balanced growth where everybody can live in harmony, it will just end up being rosy rhetoric and nothing else. Thank you.
네, 그 11분 30초.
Yes, thank you very much. You said you'll give me 11 minutes and 30 seconds. I don't know if that was a good strategy because that means you used up your 10 minutes. I wanted to make 2 additional rounds. Since we only have about 10 minutes, 30 seconds, I think we won't be able to make that intended 2 rounds of answering from the discussants. In relation to the balanced development, I do have my own opinions. And many in the Korean society feel that this is an important issue. And I think President Yoon wanted to approach from both aspects. To avoid the bad politics and really introduce the good politics in solving the problem. Because at the end of the day, it is politics that will be able to lay the road for fast achievements. I'm going to ask the floor to ask any questions if they have any, and then come back to the discussant, because we all know missing the dinner time call is not a good strategy. I'm sure the audience also enjoyed the discussions so far. So if anyone wants to ask questions or raise any comments, please do so now. Yes, President Choi Sang-hwan. Could the staff pass the mic? Thank you. Well, I would like to start by thanking Dr. Dean Yoon for preparing this wonderful conference. I've visited Mongolia, and there's no deadline in the discussions in Mongolia. They reboot, they eat dinner, and then come back for the discussions. So that I would like to protest, that we only have like less than 30 minutes, less than 10 minutes remaining for this kind of discussion. The title of the conference, Reboot Korea 2022, I would say is very timely, and I understand that this conference has been put together to bring the experts to share their views on how Korea is going to tackle the challenges that lie ahead. I would have to agree basically with what President once again has said. I would say that we really are faced with an existential challenge. Since the Korea introduced democracy into our history, I think now is a time that we need to really look back on what we achieved, but more on what we failed. And we need to recheck our stance. In terms of social justice, we are one of the lowest ranks among the OECD member states. The quality of life is deteriorating, and economic logic is not going to solve the problems, the woes that we face right now. So I would even say that we need to restructure or even rebirth of a nation. Neoliberalism has been discussed a lot, but I think now is a time for us to really take stock of what we have done so far and the failures that we have experienced. And we really need to rethink our strategy for rebooting the regional cities. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to talk about how reboot seems too drastic a word to me. So we're now joining the ranks of almost G10, G7. So amongst the OECD countries even, we are near the top, near the front lines. In terms of disease control or culture, we are actually a very model state in many ways. In terms of science, technology, military technology, we're actually on a very strong country. Alongside other G7 countries. We're not a mid-tier country even. We're very strong. How many countries in Europe are smaller than us? Many. But we always think of countries like Switzerland as being more advanced with lots of things for us to learn from. But we have to think that we actually are quite good in many ways. So although we fail to advance in the World Cup games, it's like saying, oh, we lost the game, so we should give up. There's no chance. So I want to just caution against too much, extreme negativity, or the use of, too much, too drastic terminology. And so, in that sense, yes, it's true that we are seeing crisis, but it's something that is experienced by the rest of the world as well. So we have to narrow the list of crises to find solutions. So, rising global oil prices is a problem. So I think we are importing about 200 trillion in oil this year because of the fuel tax. It's a bigger problem. So if it wasn't for the high price of oil, we would actually have recorded a surplus, not a deficit. But as oil prices are stabilizing very quickly, I think that that problem should be resolved quite soon. So I just want to caution against, overstating or exaggerating problems that we face. I don't think that we have to be very drastic in our assumptions, thinking that the problems that we saw last year and the year before will become further aggravated. Now, in terms of local finances, so we're importing a lot of energy. If renewable energies are produced locally, that actually will free up about 50 trillion won in added finances available to the local government every year. So we're always thinking about trying to find a answer to the problem based on tax revenue. But IT, BT, ET, these three top technologies from the private sector, we have to channel these technologies and reform so that they can be well utilized by the rural areas. It doesn't happen overnight. It will take a long-term effort over 30 years, but they have the potential to really fundamentally bring change. And I would hope that we focus more on those types of factors. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, these are no regular audience, I would say. We had some very insightful comments from the audience. We only have about 3 minutes, so I believe we won't be able to keep you here until 9 p.m. to continue. President Chair, you said Mongolians stay until 9 p.m., so you must stay with us until 9. For the discussants, I will give you a minute each, so for you to respond or add to your comments or questions that has been raised. Thank you. I'll start with Professor Jae-moon.
뭐 여러 가지 좋은 말씀.
So there were many good comments made. Earlier, I said how it's not that we're not able to solve the issue because we don't know what the problem is, but we actually know the problem, but still are not able to find a solution because we've not been able to manage things that require a more consistent approach. After the MERS outbreak, we had a lot of policy recommendations that were formulated, but designating the quarantine officers, increasing the headcount. Although they were identified, they were not achieved because after the MERS outbreak was resolved, it no longer became a salient, pressing issue. So then attention and resources were redirected elsewhere to the next problem. So even if we have a big problem, if it's resolved, there will be less and less attention placed. So somebody has to play a consistent management role. I use the word lagom instead of overreaction. Lagom means not too little, not too much. So it's about consistent management, so that is very important. And it will help us in preventing future crisis. And it's possible because we already know the source of crisis, the source of problem.
그가 굉장히 좋은 개념.
Yes. If you reboot a person, you become a newborn. So if we reboot, we want to keep on to the experiences and know-how that we have accumulated over the years. Professor Won and Professor Han also mentioned, and I fully understand your position as well. But still, I think we need to approach to solve this from a political standpoint, from a systematic standpoint. So I would actually like to ask Professor Won to share any solution that comes to you at the top of your head as to how we can solve this through political or systematic means. We are still struggling with the distribution issue, and I would say population plays a big factor. We have had single-child families for over decades, and we need to adjust to that system. So we can't change our value system overnight, but in terms of the education system, in terms of how they adjust to the society, I think we need to make some changes in that. So I would like to ask Professor Han to share his insights on this matter, if possible.
주제가 모든 분야를 다 다루는 거.
I think we were touching upon all types of topics today, so I think it provides a very exact diagnosis of the current state of Korea. Every year, the UN publishes a happiness index, and a recent report it found that Korea, out of 149 countries, ranked 62nd in terms of happiness. So per capita went from $67 to $37,000. We're very prosperous now, but actually our people are very unhappy. So as I get older, I'm observing people on the subways. They seem very tired, not happy. So I said, when you're down, why don't you rest? But then maybe we should reformat the computer or buy a new computer. I think the situation calls for really that kind of deep reflection.
그 삶의 질이 나쁘고.
Yes, thank you very much. The quality of life being poor, people not being happy and content. We've had research on trying to understand the cause for that. It's not an easy issue, and I think there are two main causes for that. Number one, we have a lot of population, and we have severe competition. We have been living with competition throughout our lives. We had to compete for everything to survive. So I would say we need to work on how to get rid of the unnecessary competition in our daily lives. Secondly, because we are continuously competing, we're always anxious. And to calm down an anxious person, you need to do the Lagom approach. You need to be consistent. You need to be repetitive. So rather than trying to reboot, which is a very drastic an option, I think we need to have a more subtle, more continuous, more repetitive and soft approach in dealing with others. Thank you.
예, 저도 딱 한 가지.
Just one thing. I think there was a question to me, which policy do I recommend? When we talk about balanced development, I think all areas should be overflowing with jobs like Seoul, or should have as big a population as Seoul. Well, I'm not saying that that is what is required. That's not possible or desirable. I actually think that the comparative advantage that each of the regions have to be leveraged. If you look at balanced development 1.0, 2.0, a lot of it was driven from the top through a top-down approach. In the early years, that kind of approach may be required, but now it's about different directions. Now we need a more of a mosaic type approach from the regions to find the point of differentiation. I'm not suggesting we make replicas of Seoul, like making a replica of Silicon Valley and Pangyo Valley. No. So it's about that mosaic approach and really restoring politics to its more genuine role.
못 드려서 너무
I'd like to thank everyone for their comments, and I really do apologize for not being able to give more time. President Yu mentioned that it's too much that we set reboot as a title, part of the title of this conference. Now, as organizer, it's quite baffling to hear that, but we didn't pick that. It was actually given to us, so I make my excuse. Now, of course, if I felt that it was absolutely not possible, then I would have rejected. But I accepted the title, and I would like to say a few words as a wrap up or an explanation for that. Korea has become a rich country. We have joined the ranks of strong nations. So, and you mentioned, President Yu mentioned that rebooting is not necessary. We're not that poor. We're not that bad. Well, Professor Han mentioned that one of the critical issues we face right now is that our younger generation is not motivated. And Japan is actually in a more dire situation when it comes to lack of motivation. In the 1970s, Japan said Japan has become a strong and rich country, but its people are poor and they're not happy. So they've already gone through this process. Are we following Japan in the same suit in this area as well? So that's the question that I would like to ask. And if we need a wake-up call, then let this be it. We talked about the happiness index, and I looked up the recent data. In the past 10 years, in terms of the per capita income, we stepped up 19 steps, 17 steps. So, I mean, other countries are also improving, but we have continued to rise. But in the happiness index, World Happiness Index, we went exactly the opposite way. We were falling. So this, I would say, is an irony to me. We make money, we earn create jobs so that we can all be happy. Is that the case? But to see that our happiness index continues to decline, that we're experiencing isolation, anxiety, frustration, what does this mean? This is a very severe challenge that we face as a society, and we really must look into the case of Japan to learn about that. I majored in international competition and international trade. So I do have a lot of comments that I would like to add at this point, but most of the participants, especially discussing today, have mentioned the seriousness of the social irony that we face. So I think economic efficiency is, yes, important, but really, facing the bare sight of social dilemma is something that we really need to put our wisdom together. So I would definitely love to stay until after 9 p.m. midnight. But I think this was a good start for us to bring these issues onto the surface and to start the discussion. We have a lot of problems at hand. We haven't solved them overnight, but again, this serves as an opportunity for us to really, open our ears, to share our views, and to listen to the concerns that we all share from the different sides. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dean Yu, for the wrap-up. A few housekeeping announcements. At the 22nd floor, we will have the dinner for the speakers and discussants. So please use the elevator outside the photo wall to move up to the 22nd floor. So with that, we'd like to conclude the Reboot Korea 2022 International Conference. We thank you all for your participation till the very end. Thank you very much.
수고하셨습니다. 우리 토론하신 분들은 함께